Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Commission, we are now live.
Good evening and welcome to the March 26, 2025 meeting of the Montgomery County Historic Preservation Commission. My name is Jeffrey Haynes and I will chair the meeting tonight. I will now ask the commissioners and staff to introduce themselves, beginning on my left.
This is Mark Dominiani.
Julie Pelletier.
Commissioner Doman.
Cristina Arado.
Michael Galway.
Laura DiPasquale, Historic Preservation Staff.
Devin Martha, Historic Preservation Staff.
Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Staff.
And Dan Bruckert, Historic Preservation Staff.
Very good. The first item on our agenda this evening are the historic area work permits. Have the work permits been duly advertised?
Yes, they were advertised in the March 12th edition of the Washington Times.
Thank you. If there's anyone here to testify for any of the cases, please give a speaker form to the staff, and they will let us know that you are here to address one of the cases. We are going to begin by expediting the cases we believe can be expedited based on the staff reports. Is anyone here to speak in opposition to case number 1C at 10009 Menlo Avenue, Silver Spring? 1D at 7300 Cedar Avenue, Tacoma Park. 1E at 2420 Spencerville Road, Spencerville. 1F at 5537 Lambeth Road, Bethesda. 1G at 7312 Carroll Avenue. 1I at 1I at 2611 Goshen Road, Gaithersburg.
Mr. Chairman, hearing none, I move that we approve the following historic area work permits in accordance with the staff reports based on the record before us and in consideration of the recommendations of the local advisory panel. All right, 1C, HOP number 1106777 at 100 Menlo Avenue, Silver Spring. HOP 1106478 at 7300 Cedar Avenue, Tacoma. HOP 110738 at 2420 Spencerville Road, Spencerville. HOP number 1107099 at 5537 Lambeth Road, Bethesda. HOP 1107109 at 7312 Carroll Avenue, Tacoma Park. And HOP number 1107660 at 20611 Goshen Road, Gaithersburg.
Do I hear a second?
This is Commissioner Dominiani. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. The motion passes unanimously, and so these cases are all approved. If you have any questions, you can speak with staff tomorrow during regular business hours. We appreciate your application and easily submitted work, so thank you. Moving on, we will hear the first HOP case. This should be 1A at 5 Philadelphia Avenue, Tacoma Park. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. And before we begin, I just wanted to remind you a little bit. We have a HOP here for a rear addition that the HPC saw a prelim for recently. And then there's a second HOP number for window replacement that's already been done. The staff report is organized, so there's a clean separation between the two. So if commissioners have questions after I get to the end of the first permit number, we can answer any questions. And if the commissioners have no objection, we can consider a motion at that point. And then the staff report continues. So just understand that we can stop anytime we need to. So again, this is 5 Philadelphia Avenue. It's a contributing resource to the Tacoma Park Historic District, constructed circa 1923. It's sort of in the Tacoma Junction section of the district. And this is to be reviewed under the Tacoma Park Historic District Design Guidelines Montgomery County Code, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. So on February 12th, we heard a preliminary consultation to evaluate the proposed addition. The HPC was generally supportive of the proposed addition size and provided feedback, including recommendations to increase the inset from the existing wall planes, adjusting the roof form to be more compatible with the character of the house, and introducing additional fenestration on the left elevation. And during this review, staff identified that all of the wood windows had been removed and replaced with vinyl windows in a matching configuration without a hop. During the hearing, the property owner provided additional information that showed that this work was completed in 2014 under their ownership, and that's the second hop we're going to discuss. So again, the proposal is to demolish the rear sleeping porch and rear wall and construct a two-story rear addition in its place. And then they're also seeking retroactive approval for the removal of the historic wood windows and installation of new windows on the front elevation. So this is the subject property. It was constructed with pebble dash stucco, and the asbestos shingle siding was installed sometime in the 1930s or 1940s. We don't have an exact date for that. You see the left side of the house, which has because of the alley, there's it's highly visible in the left elevation. And then you see the sleeping porch, which as late as the 1960s was identified as only a one-story porch. So that's a non-historic configuration. So again, it's the last house that's oriented towards Philadelphia Avenue before you get to Carroll. And then the floor plans and the demo plans on the left. And then the elevations, they've introduced two windows on the left elevation. And again, the roof form was changed. Actually, the applicant provided the altered roof form as part of the preliminary consultation. So that was a roof form that the HPC indicated that they were supportive of at that last meeting. And then rear elevation. So staff finds that the original rear porch was constructed as a one-story porch that wasn't expanded to 2 stories until after 1963. And staff supports the demolition of the existing rear porch based on its loss of integrity and limited visibility from the public right-of-way. Staff finds that most of the proposed materials are compatible with the character of the house and surrounding district. Staff finds that the proposed fiber cement siding is appropriate, provided it is installed smooth side facing out instead of the embossed wood grain. And then the material specifications for the proposed rear porch are only indicated as composite, and staff finds that they're not sufficient to make a determination of its appropriateness at this time. So staff finds that the design revisions, including the lower hipped roof, slightly increased side setbacks, and 2 window openings on the left elevation are consistent with the HPC's feedback, and staff recommends that the HPC approve the proposed addition, which is HOP 110880, with 2 conditions, specifically that the proposed fiber cement siding must be installed with the smooth side facing out, and final permit drawings must include that notation, and detailed material specifications for the proposed rear deck and handrails must be provided to staff before the release of the final approval documents. Again, under the HPC's adopted substitute materials for porches and decks, a new porch on the rear of a contributing house is basically virtually any material is appropriate. So staff recommends that you delegate that to us. So with those recommended conditions, staff finds that the HOP is compatible under 24A8, B2, and D, the design guidelines and standards 2, 9, and 10. So that leads us into the discussion of windows. If commissioners have any questions regarding the addition, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Did the commissioners have any questions for staff?
Yep.
We do not.
Okay, so moving on, again, this is the left elevation. So in May 2014, the applicants removed and replaced the existing wood windows, installed OKNA 500 series vinyl windows. Staff finds that the installed windows are incompatible with the character of the house due to their shiny raw vinyl appearance that will not dull and profiles that are too narrow to be an acceptable substitute for wood sashes. The windows on the rear elevation will be removed to accommodate the proposed rear addition. So the applicants are seeking approval of the windows on the left and right side elevations and propose to install gel wood windows in the openings on the front elevation. The applicant provided 3 windows in their application. 2 of them were aluminum-clad wood windows, but staff finds that only the custom all-wood window is appropriate in this instance. Recently, the HPC evaluated one instance where the historic wood windows were removed at 402 Tulip, and another instance where the historic wood windows were removed at 7417 Maple Avenue, as detailed in the staff report. Both of those instances required the replacement of wood windows for the historic windows. So staff finds that retaining the vinyl basement level windows is acceptable because those foundation level openings have less impact on the character of the house, and the vinyl will be more resistant to rot in what is typically a damper portion of the house in the basement. So staff's second consideration is whether replacing only 7 windows on the front is sufficient. Staff finds that all 3 elevations are highly visible from the public right-of-way, and these windows and their openings contribute to the house's historic character. So staff finds that all 18 windows above the basement level on the front, right, and left elevations need to be removed and replaced to satisfy the requirements of 24A8B1 and 2, standards 2, 5, and 6, and the design guidelines. So with that condition, staff supports approval of the HOP 1106307. Now, one of the things outlined in the staff report is the HPC could find that the left and right elevations are of secondary importance, and understanding that the windows have been installed for nearly 11 years, permit the applicant to retain those windows under 24A8D. In staff's experience, most vinyl window seals fail after 15 to 25 years, depending on the location and the window orientation. And staff would encourage the HPC, if they decide to go this route, that the HPC include a condition that any vinyl window may not be replaced in kind, and that any new window must match the specifications of the approved wood window, and that requires a HOP. And I will answer any questions about either permit number at this time.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Doman.
This is Commissioner Doman. You're recommending wood windows. Why wouldn't you recommend aluminum-clad wood windows in this case?
Because the historic fabric was removed without a HOP, and on the historic massing of the house, we would typically require wood replacement windows. The HPC has generally adopted a regime, particularly in Tacoma Park, where aluminum-clad wood windows are considered appropriate for additions and new construction, but more attention is paid to replacing historic window openings in historic construction.
Have we not approved in Tacoma Park aluminum-clad windows on the front of houses?
There have been occasional instances, but the most recent examples that I found that were cited in the staff report at 402 Tulip and 7317, let me get that right, 7417 Maple Avenue, both required wood window replacements.
And this is not really pertinent, I guess, but is there a big difference in pricing between all wood windows and aluminum-clad windows? I mean, I haven't looked into it. I'm just curious.
It varies by manufacturer, but typically that's not a consideration that staff is allowed to factor into staff's evaluation under 24A.
Have not we also, there's another product that's like a fiberglass, not a vinyl, but that we have approved also for historic.
Well, again, I think that those windows have been evaluated on non-contributing and additions and new construction. Again, I think that the level of detail and the material preservation is more significant in those historic openings than it is in new openings.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Pelletier.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the timeline of this? Like, I'm sort of confused about, like, can they do this over time? Like, you were saying that if they have to replace windows
Well,
in
so,
the future, they would have to use this spec of window? Like, how does that work?
we can go back, May of 2014 is when the windows were replaced. So we're nearly approaching 11 years. The applicant for hop number 1100880 is proposing to replace the windows on the front elevation. So staff fully supports replacing those front elevation windows and agrees that it'll be a significant improvement. But typically the HPC, the way the ordinance is written is that existing materials can be replaced in kind without a hop. So staff is recommending that the HPC include a condition that specifically calls out these windows as not original material, and that they may not be, that any replacement will require a hop. And we find that the proposed Jeld-Wen window is appropriate, and that any window that goes into a historic opening should be replaced with a window that matches those specifications, as far as dimensions and finish and material go. We typically don't require them to purchase the same brand and series because that changes all the time, but the fact that we would be able to go back and verify that any proposed window matches those characteristics and dimensions so that it blends in and provides a consistent appearance.
So that's after they replace the front ones,
Under,
potentially, then the sides,
Yeah.
the left and right, as the windows go.
Right.
And they have to replace them, then they would have to match what's in the front.
yes.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Any other commission questions? If not, then we'll ask the applicant to come forward. And if you would press the button on the microphone until the red light turns on, identify yourself for the record, and you will have 7 minutes to either make a presentation or answer questions.
James Nail, applicant, homeowner.
Ranwan designer.
So, yeah, thanks for the opportunity to come and work through this with you again. I want to start off by, reiterating something that, we said last time. This is, this expansion of the home, which is apparently that's the non-controversial part, is it's a really important thing to us. This is going to keep us here for the long term. We're looking to spend the next 40 years in this, in this home, continuing to raise our children. I think we've hopefully established a measure of good faith on our perhaps ill-advised replacement of the windows in 2014. I think at the time, we thought we were really doing the responsible thing. We were, protecting our kids from lead paint and, making our home more efficient and quiet on a very busy, loud intersection. But, I think I understand, we were quite a bit naive coming in. This is our first home, that we actually have to maintain ourselves, not a condo. And being in a historic district for the first time, this was, something we just simply weren't aware of. We didn't really understand how it worked. But we love the appeal of living in a historic district, and we understand that that appeal doesn't just come out of nowhere. I understand the board's, the commission's role in trying to preserve that aesthetic, which we do appreciate. Turning to the windows for a minute, I just point of clarification on a few of those things. I don't know that it really matters. The basement windows, we didn't replace those. They were vinyl, but they were already there when we came in. Also, we're, the figure of 18 windows has been mentioned, but we actually only have 16 that would be replaced. The 2 up at the top in the attic are original. Our kids were never going to be allowed to go in that attic. It's pretty bad. So anyway, yeah, our, I guess our primary concern here, in terms of this, this approval process is, we're trying to, we want to make sure that we end up, well, how do I say this? We have a hard budget. We would really appreciate any flexibility or, as staff alluded to, leeway in terms of timing of replacement. These things are not cheap. And our contractors have given us an estimate of around $3,000 per window. I hope that's not fully the case, but that's a lot. And just replacing the front 5 windows is going to be quite a bit more than we paid to replace all of them to start with. But I want to say I do appreciate the staff's willingness to put forward a constructive proposal. He had me scared to death. That it was going to be, I guess you guys could still drop the boom on me, but, the idea that, there may be some leeway or some room for, for a constructive solution really gives me some hope here. And I appreciate your openness to that. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Doman.
Yes, Commissioner Dolman. So is your position right now, you're asking that the windows in the front of the house, you're agreeable to changing those, or are they already changed? But you're asking that the ones on the side remain as they currently are as a vinyl window. Is that what you're asking right now?
Yes, sir. I basically I think we would be amenable to the staff's, suggested, or I don't know if you would call it suggested, but potential mitigation strategy, in that I think we would be happy to accept, a stipulation that they be, when we do need to replace them, that we replace them with appropriate materials.
And maybe I missed something, but have the front windows been replaced already, or are they to be replaced?
We were encouraged to throw that in our proposal to replace those up front. But yeah, so I mean, I guess the idea here is that we are already proposing to replace the front 5. We've been saying 7, but it's actually 5.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, if not, I will open it up to discussion by the commissioners. Would anybody like to make an opening comment? Yes, Commissioner Doman.
I don't mean to be the only one.
That's all right, you're
Anyway,
on a hot streak, go for it.
This is Commissioner Dolman, and I support what you're doing. I went by the house this afternoon. I drove past, and it's a busy intersection, hard to park, and everything else on it. I understand the situation. I also understand you had the vinyl windows in there for like 11 years now. They look fine to me. I mean, I think all the neighbors are probably used to seeing your windows as is, and they've been that way for 11 years. I would support the alternate proposal that staff has put forth, where we allow the windows on the right side and the left side to remain as vinyl windows, and as they fail on you, I think the plan is as they fail, you'd be replacing them with windows that are similar and compatible to the ones in the front of the house, as opposed to making a directive that all the windows be changed at the same time right now, you know. So my position is that we follow the staff's alternate recommendation, that we do the front windows and we let the ones on the side fail and then replace as needed, kind of thing. So that's how I feel about it. But I'm only one of the commissioners.
Any other commissioners? Any questions for the applicant about the addition? Commissioner Dominiani.
Thank you. Yeah, on the addition, I think that it appears that the applicant and the designer made a good faith effort to address the changes that were recommended when they came through last time. It does appear to be narrower. We noted that the large wall plane, which appeared not to have any windows on it previously, now added a small window, I think, to break that up. And so I'm very happy to see in these revised drawings how those changes have been addressed, and I think it is all the stronger of a design for it. So to me, that looks great. I would note as well that I tend to agree with the staff's recommendation about the fiber cement being smooth side out. I think that's pretty par for the course, as well as having other materials being specified more directly with the rear deck and railing. And I tend to agree with what Commissioner Doman is noting with the alternative staff proposal, that the front windows of the home should be replaced with wood, and the vinyl windows on the left and right side at a later date, in something like maybe 10 more years at the time that they're replaced, to be switched to wood to match those in the front, rather than doing them all kind of in a big batch right now. I think that makes sense and is a pretty reasonable solution now in the sort of retrospective position we find ourselves. So with that, I think that's everything for me. Thank you.
Anyone else? This is Commissioner Haynes. I'll wrap it up. I believe we've noted this before, that as a homeowner, you are responsible to find out what the codes are related to any renovation, whether it's zoning, building, or in this case, historic preservation. That said, we're down the road with this, and I tend to concur with the other commissioners' statements. In terms of proceeding, I have a question for staff. Do we need to vote separately for the two individual hops?
It's really up to you. I mean, for our purposes, one motion is fine, but if it's easier to separate them, then we will record them as such.
Very good. I think we will go ahead and separate them for the record. Do I hear and we'll start with the addition, which was hop number 1100880. I'll make a motion that the Historic Preservation Commission approve hop number 1100880 at 5 Philadelphia Avenue, Tacoma Park, based on the staff report and the guidelines stated. Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Dominiani. I'd second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? That motion passes favorably. And then we'll do a second vote on the retroactive windows. This is hop number 1106307. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll try to make a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Commission, in accordance with the standards set forth in Section 24A of the Montgomery County Code, approve, where is it, hop number 1106307, with the condition, now I gotta find it. Oh, it's not here. With the staff's recommendation that the front windows be replaced immediately and the left and right side windows be replaced with matching windows to the front as they age and require replacement.
Do I hear a second?
Commissioner Doman, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry. For the motion, if Vice Chair Pelletier could specify which material choice for the window in the front, that it be the wood window, and then the others would follow suit at a later. If you could just specify the material that you meant.
Do I have to start over?
No, you don't. No.
Okay, yes, for the front-facing windows, the HPC approves of the Geldwin custom wood window.
Thank you.
Now, do I have a vote?
That's a motion. We'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, the next case we will hear is 1B at 7209 MacArthur Boulevard. And do we have a staff presentation?
Momentarily, Mr. Chair. All right, this is the staff report for a retroactive hop, 1110212 at 7209 MacArthur Boulevard in Bethesda. This is a contributing resource to the Potomac Overlook Historic District. So this is to be reviewed under Chapter 24A, the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and the approved and adopted master plan amendment for the Potomac Overlook Historic District. So in December 2022, the HPC approved a hop to demolish a non-historic rear bay, construct a new addition in its place, replace the existing skylights, install new porch railings, and expand the ground floor walkway. On September 4th, 2024, the HPC denied a hop seeking retroactive approval for painting the house foundation. Now the applicant seeks a new retroactive approval to paint the foundation level of the historic house. So again, these are photos from the master plan amendment for Potomac Overlook of the subject property with its exposed brick foundation. And then this is the painted condition of the house now. I believe these were taken back, these are from a while ago. But the brick is a green color. The house siding and the brick foundation were painted with Sherwin-Williams A100 exterior acrylic latex paint in a satin finish. And then based on staff's recommendation, the applicant purchased the Dumont paint removal test kit. The kit includes 3 different chemical formulas for paint strippers and application tools. And this is actually a product that Sherwin-Williams recommends for removing their exterior acrylic latex paint on their website. So the applicant attempted to remove the paint with 3 test sections on the west side of the property. You see that here with minimal success. Here's just a detail. After a long application and scraping with a plastic scraper in staff's presence, the paint was still adhering to both the brick and certainly the mortar in between. So again, going back to that December 22 hop, staff found no notations to indicate that brick was going to be painted, and the design guidelines specifically state that brick foundations should not be painted. However, staff finds that the proposed paint removers were unsuccessful in stripping the paint from the brick foundation and can only speculate as to why that is. So Standard 7 requires cleaning and removing materials using the gentlest means possible and discourages the use of harsh chemical or physical treatments that could damage the historic brick. And staff does not recommend any of the physical treatments, which include sandblasting, soda blasting, or dry ice blasting, as of each of these methods can permanently damage the surface of the brick, which would allow water infiltration. Of those 3, dry ice blasting is probably the gentlest method, but its track record for paint removal of exterior brick is pretty limited. So staff recommends that the HPC adopt one of the 2 following methods to mitigate the impact of the painted brick foundation. Option 1 is that the applicant paint the foundation a uniform color that's more consistent with the brick found in the Potomac Overlook, This would come closer to mimicking the building's original appearance, and this is staff's preferred recommendation. The other alternative is to take no action, but explicitly state that repainting the foundation is not permitted without a hop. This would allow the paint to degrade over time and evaluate potential treatments at a future date. The negative of this is it would result in an appearance that is not consistent with the design guidelines. As the paint failed, this would allow for potentially another application of a chemical paint stripper or even wire brush removal, but that's something to consider in 15 to 20 years' time. And based on our experience, painted brick never returns to its original color regardless. So staff recommends that the HPC approve the hop under 24A8B6 and D. This is staff's recommended condition. The applicant must paint the brick exterior a color that is more consistent with the appearance of the bricks found throughout the Potomac Overlook Historic District. Final approval authority to determine the paint color satisfied this requirement is delegated to staff, and painting must be completed within 30 days of the approval of this hop. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for staff?
Sorry, just one correction. The staff report says the paint should be completed within 60 days of the approval. So just so we're consistent.
Thank you. Commissioner Doman.
I'm impressed with the amount of work you put in on this. I assume you're out there scraping and helping out on everything?
Well, the owner purchased the kit and did the application. I came out to verify that it was not being successful.
Misused. They were really working on it, right?
I verified that the owner gave it the old college try and applied significant amounts of elbow grease.
Good.
And the results were what you see in the presentation.
Very good. I guess in the design guidance for the Potomac Overlook, it mentioned something about an architectural review board. Did any of this go before an architectural review board before painting?
Unfortunately not. I mean, this was done as part of the house rehab with the hop from December 2022. And this was painting the brick foundation was not identified in the scope of work or notated on the drawings that were submitted and stamped by staff.
And do we have any comment or opinion or feedback on what the architectural design review board would say in this case about, I mean, you've offered a couple solutions, and has the review board chimed in on it and offered anything?
They have not.
Are they aware of what's going on?
We've informed them.
Okay. Has the applicant also addressed this, or is the applicant here?
The applicant is here, and that's a question better directed at the applicant.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Dominiani. Question for staff. As is typical for Potomac Overlook and other sort of neighborhoods developed in this era, that we often see this unpainted kind of masonry on the lower level, and I was curious if there were precedent cases elsewhere, like in the county, maybe not Potomac Overlook, where there's been retroactively like a brick-colored paint applied. I guess I'm having a hard time imagining how it's going to look, particularly because the masonry from this era is oftentimes like sort of mottled colored brick with very distinctly differently colored grout and stuff. I'm just curious if we had like an example case kind of like from elsewhere, just to help the mind's eye imagine kind of what the solution is going to end up looking like.
So we don't. Part of the reason that staff recommended this, and we do not recommend attempting to replicate the modeled appearance at all. We think a uniform color is better. But because of the way the houses are sort of nestled into the landscape, and these lots are heavily wooded. I mean, the photos that you see in front of you now were taken in wintertime when the trees were bare. But this is, I mean, you can sort of see in the lower right, you can see MacArthur Boulevard just barely. But during half of the year, the house is basically invisible from the right-of-way because it's so heavily wooded. But no, to answer your question, we don't have an example where a house was repainted some color to better mimic the brick.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pelletier.
Yeah, I think that was kind of my question, except I was wondering, there's different brick other than what was shown. Can you go back to is that typical of all the houses, or is it just some of the houses have the modeled?
Most of them have modeled brick.
Okay,
So the story is that most of these bricks were collected from Southwest DC as part of, when urban renewal came in. Staff's take on that is that's largely apocryphal, and that if all of the bricks collected from urban renewal were integrated into new buildings, you would have a mile-high tower. But just, there are lots of stories of developments around this time in Montgomery and Prince George's County that have supposedly integrated these bricks into their construction.
so when you're saying painted a color that's more similar to the bricks in Potomac Overlook, are there any that are solid color, or are they all this modeled brick? I guess I was hoping in the staff report or in our book that we might see some pictures of other houses in the neighborhood of different brick, but is it all like this in the picture that you're showing?
Most of it is. There are some that have less variation, but there's all some variation in the brick and the houses.
Okay.
And you can see that in the house in the background and
Right,
the photo in the lower right.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little baffled about the direction because it doesn't seem like it's achievable, but I was just thinking there were other colors maybe in the neighborhood where somebody had like a solid brown brick foundation or something, okay.
And again, I mean, we're sort of in uncharted territory, and the applicant did attempt to remove this and the methods recommended by staff. So, we're trying to figure out what the best mitigation strategy is. And it was a close call between, the two options that staff identified and the one recommendation that we identified as a preferred outcome.
Okay. Well, if anybody wants to see a picture of trying to match brick color, I tried to do it at my house, and it did not look very good. So the mortar really makes it difficult.
Yes.
Like if you're trying to really make it like brick color, when you have the same color brick and the same color mortar, it just sort of ends up being a big brick red sort of mass. So anyway, okay, I have a better idea of what you're talking about. Thanks.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Haynes. And I take it that to your knowledge, the owner did not hire a paint specialist that does paint removal.
No, this is Dumont makes an at-home test kit with instructions for enough for these panels of different chemical makeups for paint strippers, and again, this is the product recommended by the manufacturer of the paint. But this was all done by the property owners.
Okay, very good. Thank you. If there are no other questions, one more.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Dolman. I'm confused. I visited the property today, which is difficult on MacArthur Boulevard. But anyway, I walked up to take a look because as you said, you cannot see very little of the house on MacArthur Boulevard. In fact, if you're driving, your eye is on the road because it's curvy there and the river's on one side, so you're not even looking at the houses, to tell you the truth. You're not even looking up there. But I walked up the driveway, and I took a photograph, and maybe I'm mistaken, but the house next door is also painted. Did you see that? Is a homeowner here, and am I mistaken?
Well, can we wait till the applicant comes up to
Well,
ask
my
that?
question is...
Do you have the address of that other house?
Yeah, it's 7211, I believe.
And, I mean, we can
We'll look into that.
We can look
I have a
into
photograph of the brick being painted.
Can we isolate that and stay focused on this case, please?
Well, I'm just curious.
If that house is in violation, we will seek it out and they will get a notice of violation. But that is, but multiple people violating the ordinance is not grounds for approving everyone violating the
No,
ordinance.
no, I'm just confused that maybe I'm looking at the wrong house.
Well, perhaps, but there were, one of the things the design guidelines for Potomac Overlook did, and this was, because there were only a limited number of house styles and there were only 19 of them, staff was able to document all of the changes made to all of the houses as part of the original design guidelines. So that's something that certainly we can go back and revisit as part of, based on the information that you've presented in this hearing.
Thank you.
Very good. Moving on, we'll ask the applicant to come up. And if you would have a seat and press the button on the microphone until the red light comes on, and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Arthur Newmeyer.
And you'll have 7 minutes to make a presentation or answer questions.
Thank you. I will try to be brief with the statement. I didn't really take the opportunity when I was here in September to introduce myself, so I thought might as well do that now. As I said, I'm Arthur Newmeyer. I'm a 6th-generation Washingtonian. I grew up in Chevy Chase, Maryland. My wife and I bought 7209 MacArthur Boulevard from the children of the original owners in February of 2022. The house was in very bad shape, not habitable by any reasonable standard when we bought it. The windows were failing. There were vines growing through the roof around the chimney, and I will spare you the rest of the gory details. We engaged an architect and a contractor to embark on a to-the-studs renovation. We developed plans that our architect brought before the commission, incorporated your feedback, and then resubmitted for approval. This entire process took a year and a half and came with tremendous expense and the typical setbacks and frustrations and heartache, as you all well know this process brings with it. When it was done, we worked with the staff to arrange for an inspection, which is when staff noticed we had painted our exterior foundation level and pointed out to us that the work should have been submitted to the commission for approval. I go through that history to hopefully illustrate that we have great respect for the historic district. It's part of what drew us to the home in the first place. And in no way were we aware of the HPC's approval requirement for the exterior painting. If we had been, I think it stands to reason, I hope it does, that we wouldn't have been so eager to show off our finished product to the HPC staff. My wife and I are beyond thrilled with our home, where we've been living happily since October 2023 with our now 4-year-old son and our 2-year-old daughter. We're overjoyed to be members of our community, where our kids will continue to go to school and swim in our neighborhood pool and grow up. My wife and I will be in this house forever. And you will be seeing or hearing from us in the future as we seek to continue to make some small improvements to our house, mostly to our landscaping. I was last here in September, as has been noted, seeking retroactive approval for the painting. The commission voted to deny that approval, and following the advice of HPC staff, I attempted to remove the paint with 3 different solutions from Dumont. I applied these solutions to squares on the north side of our home twice, once on my own and once in the presence of HPC staff. The solutions failed to remove any meaningful amount of paint either time, though some mortar came off in the scraping. And you've seen the photographs. Staff has recommended we paint the foundation level a brick-like color. I don't think this will accomplish its intended purpose. Rather, I think it will look like what it is, which is a house that's painted in a 2-tone scheme. I've been informed that the commission can't consider plantings that would obscure the lower level as part of its response here, although I think that is an option worth considering. And I look forward to answering any questions and finding a path forward.
Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Doman.
Commissioner Doman, in the photographs, we just see the, I guess that would be kind of like the north side of the property, right? That one wall?
Correct.
That we have. Is there other areas where the brick is painted that I that I'm not familiar with, I can't see in the,
It's painted on three sides, so if we're looking at the same picture, there's that, there's the brick under the sunroom, which is, it's mostly in shadow,
Okay.
obscured by the overhang of the sunroom. There's the front of the house, which you saw in the earlier picture, and then the north side, which is where we attempted the paint removal.
okay. And then the carport, is that masonry construction, or is that the support that holds up the roof, is that
That's
brick?
wood,
That's wood?
yes,
And that's all painted, so everything's painted the same color then?
yes. And the carport was painted previously.
Yeah. And I have to ask this question because I was out. Is the neighbor's house also painted, or am I just mistaken?
That happened in the last week or so,
So the siding is painted and the brick is painted?
correct?
That's what I observed.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a green color.
Yes.
Thank you. Did they, oh, okay. All right, and did they come here for, anyway,
I
so I
can't
have to
speak for
ask,
them,
thank
yeah.
you.
We have no record. We have no record of that, so we'll be picking that up tomorrow.
Very good. Any other questions? Commissioner Dominiani.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask as well if there was a masonry chimney or a brick chimney and whether that had been painted too. If there's not, that's one thing, but I just wanted to check. It's hard to tell from the pictures.
There's a chimney on top of the house. I don't think it has been painted.
Okay, thank you.
You can see it there.
Oh, yeah.
This is Commissioner Haynes. Did you consult with paint specialist or a company that does masonry restoration?
I didn't. I was just, I applied the Dumont solution on the recommendation of staff.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical of the validity of the effort. I think it'd be worthwhile to consult a professional who does masonry restoration and see if they get the same results, then I'd be more convinced that stripping is not going to be successful. But I'm suspect that a layman's effort is not qualifying as a successful attempt. My feeling is you need to go back and hire a reputable masonry restoration company and do a test area to see if they can, what they can do. Any other questions for the applicant? If not, I will open it up for discussion. And since I started, my feeling is that we need the experience of a reputable firm that does this kind of work to really assure that we can't successfully remove the paint. And I'd value other commissioners' thoughts on that. Commissioner Doman.
It's Commissioner Doman. I don't know what to say anymore. In the picture that's in front of us, you can see the applicant's lower level with the mottled colored brick on it. And you see the house in the distance, which I assume is the 7211, which also shows the red brick on the bottom and brown on the top. When I was there today, it's all green. Siding is green, the brick is green. So what I was willing to accept the fact that you painted it blue. I can't see, I don't think anything's going to take that paint off, to tell you the truth. And I don't see painting it red is going to look any better than the color it is. So I'm agreeable to leaving it as is, but having seen the neighbor doing exactly the same thing, I'm hesitant now because I don't want to set a precedent. Then pretty soon everybody will be painting their house and all their brick. And I don't know what to say. I would have gone along with this, but I think things are going the wrong way quickly on this whole neighborhood, and I don't like to see people painting all these brick without coming before the board, without going before the architectural design board for the group of houses out there. And I'm open to hearing what other people have to say, but I'm not happy with the way things came out.
Commissioner Radu.
Yes, this is Commissioner Rado. I have to say that between the two options presented by the staff, I don't think painting a different color will help anyone. Will not improve the look, will not just bring back the character. But I totally agree with Commissioner Commissioner Doman's reticence of like approving it now, just saying leave it as it is, because it already creates precedent. So as I said, I mean, I think I'm in the same dilemma with him. I was like about to like say recommend approval, leave it as it is, but now I don't think that's an opinion. That's a good path. And I feel a little sorry for this, case, but I probably agree with the Commissioner Haynes' recommendations. Maybe we look a little bit more into can the paint be removed.
Commissioner Pelletier.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with everything that everybody's saying. The issue that I've never seen paint come off all the way. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, without really doing some serious damage to the face of the brick. And what color green is the neighbor's?
Can we
Sorry.
not get into the neighbor?
Sorry.
Let's just stay focused on this case,
but
please.
I am in the same boat. I think I'd rather just let it be what it is. But isn't a question for staff, because I'm not that familiar with these guidelines, is it specifically in the guidelines that they're not to paint the foundations?
Yes, it is.
So this is a recent adoption of a historic district. And I think we approved this, didn't we?
Yes.
Just in the last few years?
Yes.
And, I mean, the people that live here don't even know their own guidelines. Obviously, if the neighbor just got around to painting their brick foundation. So I think this could go bad for this neighborhood, because part of the historic character of these houses is this brick. But at the same time, I can't really say that getting in a professional to try and take off this paint, I mean, it'll be a miracle. I've never seen all the paint come off. So yeah, this is a wicked dilemma. I think for this house, and ignoring what I have just heard from Mr. Doman, because I have tried to paint my house brick color, my house got painted dark brown, the brick on my house, and it was awful. And so I was trying to repaint it to make it look like brick, and then it just looked like a big orange chimney. So that I would not recommend, especially with your house. It's just going to look weird. So, I mean, I don't know. If we're not looking outside the boundaries of this house, I would say let's go with not doing anything. But I just don't understand why everybody's living in this neighborhood and then painting their foundation brick without knowing that it's not us, it's you guys. I mean, you guys wrote the guidelines. We didn't write the guidelines. You guys decided what you wanted to keep in this neighborhood, and now nobody's doing it. So it's a little disconcerting. But in this case, I just think the house is going to get ruined if you mess with it. So
If I could just add one thing, the neighbors are original owners. So the neighbors that painted are original owners. To your point.
Right, but that
Yes,
just
yes,
emphasizes my
yes.
point, yeah. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Staff.
Thank you. A little bit of background, too. When we designated the historic district, we had several meetings. This was, just after COVID, but we had several meetings, with the neighborhood. It was an iterative process back and forth between their covenants committee and other people in the neighborhood about what was acceptable in the design guidelines. And then once the district was approved in 2022, there are fewer than 20 homes. We mailed copies of all of the design guidelines and all of the materials personally to every single property owner of record. Even some of the property owners were not living there. We mailed it to their address of record, even if they were renting the houses or not occupying it. And we mailed it to, those people who might be renting in the neighborhood. So as you said, this was very recent. Clearly, our next steps, we're going to get in touch with the Covenants Committee tomorrow and ask to set up another community meeting to discuss what's going on out here. I would say, though, in terms of what Commissioner Doman has found, one of the reasons that we ask all of the commissioners to undertake the site visits is to, maybe collect additional information to inform your opinions that you bring here today. If you see something new out there on the site or in the neighborhood that you think is relevant, you can bring that to bear, on your discussions. This seems to have happened, after Dan did his site visit to write up the staff report just a couple of weeks ago. This is very concerning. I feel that this is, we wrote this in coordination with the neighborhood. They trust us. They trust us to give the owners and the future owners the correct information to manage this district for them, to help them manage the district. And this seems now a little bit like a contagion that is happening. People see it and they think it's okay. They don't go back and check the documents. And so with that in mind, I'll just speak for the staff. I am more concerned now than ever with just leaving it as is. And I think that, at least as an interim step, what the chair has brought up, trying to bring in a masonry specialist, or frankly, trying a physical intervention, trying the dry ice or the soda blasting, something. If this stays this blue color, more people are going to do it. It's very trendy. These are the color, this black trim. This is what people like. And this is just going to spread through the neighborhood. If people see it out there, they're going to think it is okay. And I'm just very concerned then about the integrity of the district. So from the staff's perspective, I don't know that we would support any more just leaving it as is. And I would support what Chair Haynes has recommended, trying some other intervention, or frankly, a physical intervention, that we defer this case to allow them in the next 30 days, 45 days, whatever you'd like, to try some other intervention. I don't see how this can stay as is.
Thank you. And am I correct that the commission takes each case on an individual basis, and we don't necessarily set precedent, on if we were to approve painting the foundation here, that doesn't mean that everybody gets to paint the foundation. We do it on a case-by-case basis, so we would not be setting any precedents here.
That's correct.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, yes, Commissioner Doman?
Don't we need to make a motion to defer it, and as you suggested, have a professional come out and try a more aggressive techniques to remove the paint?
If that is what the commission decides, yes, we do need a motion on the case.
I make a motion that we defer the report on 7209 MacArthur Boulevard, and request that the homeowner look into more aggressive means to remove the paint from the red brick on the house. Thank you.
And if I may add to Commissioner Doman's motion, that the homeowner must engage a masonry professional experienced in masonry restoration. Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Dominiani. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
I believe the ayes have it. And so, thank you. All right. Moving on to the next application here, item 1H at 20 West Lenox Street, Chevy Chase. And do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. This is actually a continuation from a meeting, the first meeting of 2025. This is a contributing resource to the Chevy Chase Village Historic District, constructed circa 1924. It's at the intersection of Magnolia and West Lenox. And the HPC held a hearing at the January 8th HPC meeting. The commissioners requested additional information before reaching a final decision, and continued this hearing until it had received that information. Just a reminder, this is to be evaluated under the Chevy Chase Village Historic District Design Guidelines, Montgomery County Code, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. The proposal is to install an in-ground swimming pool and associated mechanical systems, a new patio area, and install a new 5-foot-tall, code-compliant cedar picket fence in the location of the existing fence, which is between 3 and 4 feet. The post will be pressure treated and wrapped in cedar. And again, the 5-foot height is to make it compliant for the pool enclosure area. Again, this is the subject property. Looking at it from, they're removing the existing patio and expanding it. This is the side yard. This is, the lower right is looking at the house from Magnolia, and then this is from west of the house along West Lenox. And then again along Magnolia. The site plan. So again, 5-foot-tall cedar picket fence with pressure-treated post wrapped in cedar. The stone is intended to match the chimney, and then a porcelain tile around the pool area. So after the HPC's meeting, the Chevy Chase Village Board approved a variance and a special permit request to install the fence within the public right-of-way. That was a request from the HPC, and a letter was submitted and included with the application materials. Final building permits must still be submitted, reviewed, and approved by the village prior to construction, but those aren't developed until the applicant has received his approved HOP. An arborist reviewed the proposed tree protection plan and recommended approval. Chevy Chase Village relayed to staff that this review is only a preliminary tree preservation plan, and that the final tree preservation plan will be finalized after it's developed when the construction plans and documents are reviewed. So those were the two pieces of information that the HPC requested, specifically that the fence could be installed in the proposed location and that tree protection plan or be evaluated as part of the HOP. So staff finds that the proposed swimming pool will not impact the size or mass of the resource, nor will it impact any trees based on the submitted preliminary tree protection plan. The pools are to be reviewed under lenient scrutiny where they're not impacting any of the trees. The proposed freestanding wall and pool mechanicals are in a location that will not detract from the open park-like character of the historic district. And staff recommends the pool, wall, and mechanicals be approved under 24A8B2 and D, the design guidelines and standards 2 and 10. Staff finds removing the existing patio and installing the larger porcelain tile patio will not detract from the character of the site and the surrounding district. At the January 8th, 2025 hearing, staff recommended that the HPC include a condition that requires the site plan to show overall dimensions of the patio, and the updated drawings show that the patio is approximately 26 feet, 4 5/16 inches wide by 45 feet, 9 7/8 inches deep.
Precise.
Staff finds the proposed 5-foot cedar open picket fence will not detract from the character of the surrounding district, and the documentation provided by the applicant demonstrates Chevy Chase Village approves of the fence location within the designated right-of-way. Staff received comments from the Chevy Chase Village Local Advisory Panel, and the LAP concurred with the reasoning and staff's recommended. So staff finds the proposal is consistent with 24A8B2 and D, the design guidelines and standards 2, 9, and 10, and recommends the HPC approve the HOP, and I will answer any questions that you have at this time.
Any questions for staff? If not, then we will ask the applicant to come forward. And if you could have a chair and turn the microphone on till it turns red, and you will have 7 minutes to make a presentation or answer questions.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Coughlin. My wife Christy and I have lived at 20 West Lennox for 18 years now with our 3 children. Thank you for taking the time, and for the staff to taking the time to do their report. I'm sorry you have to listen to it again. I know we went through this extensively in January, but our neighbors at 18 West Lennox have felt like they had to write another letter about this issue. They hired an architect to come up with some points that they wanted addressed. So I will just tell you right now, I agree with staff's report and support. Okay, is that on now? I'm sorry. I agree with staff's report and recommendations. So I will just address the issues that the Wellingtons brought up in their letter. They brought up primarily 5 issues. They brought up an issue with the white oak tree, which is on the border of our 2 properties, the location of the fence. They brought up the fence size, the condition that the HPC came up with, and that they want to be involved with the taking care of the tree. So I'll address these in a little bit of different order. If we can go to the first slide, please. If we look at, this is the layout again, you see in red, that is the fence. That's where that fence has been for 30-plus years. Okay, the existing fence that we've maintained, the previous property owners maintained. I know it's been in front of the board at least 4 times, twice with us, over that time period. And there's an existing easement to allow that fence to be where it is. What we are requesting is that to meet Montgomery County Code, to, like the staff indicated, to bring it from 4 feet up to 5 feet to meet standards for what a pool needs. When we were here last time, you all requested it be picket instead of a flat fence, and we've complied with that, and we're willing to do that. So that's, we believe that the fence meets what you wanted. The village reviewed it. The village says, yes, this is what we want, and they approved it too in their hearing, the village board. And they made it very, very clear that this proposal had nothing to do with the location of the fence. The location of the fence is a different issue, that this is just about changing it from 4 feet to 5 feet. They approved that too. They figured that was the logical thing to do, because the only other option would be a second fence inside of this fence and create 2 fence lines, which is not aesthetically pleasing to anybody. So the village approved the fence and increasing the height to 5 feet where it is. The size of the fence, the Wellingtons brought up the fence being between 3 and 4 feet. The fence is actually, right now, the pickets stand at 49 inches, so 4 feet 1 inch. The poles stand at 54 inches for the most part, or 4 feet 6 inches. There's one section of the fence that actually is at 4 feet 10 inches. But the majority of the fence is 49-inch pickets, 54-inch poles. So we, again, and the village approved this, moving that from that 4 feet roughly up to 5 feet to meet the county code. You put 3 conditions on it: that we get an arborist to look at the tree to make sure that we aren't damaging it in any way, that we approve with the village that they do agree with this process and they do want the fence where it is, and that we have the right to do it there. We provided the easements, we've provided the village approval, and we provided the arborist report. So we provided everything that you asked for. So if we look at the next slide, the white oak. You can see the white oak there on the left-hand side. I hate to say it, but it's not the first time that the Wellingtons have weaponized the white oak on us before. When we went to get our approval for our addition on our house, they made us come back to HPC 3 different times, always lobbing out new consultants, always saying a new problem, they needed more time. As you can see, this white oak actually sits about 4 to 5 feet above where our driveway is, or above where the level of the pool and patio will be. Next slide. That is the condition. They also complained about wondering whether or not the porcelain tiles and the turf will support cars and prevent it from crushing tree roots. That's the condition that currently exists where we're going to put the porcelain tiles and the turf. So there's an existing cement driveway there that we're replacing. Next slide. If you see where the backstop is back there, that's where those porcelain tiles will be in the astroturf, way away from the tree, a good 20 feet from the tree, 4 feet below the tree line, okay? And we're just replacing the existing cement. And we're putting a fence in front of it so no cars can drive on it, even though cars can park on it today. Next, if you can see, go back one. That is our addition on the right-hand side, which has a 10-foot deep basement in it, which when we built it, the Wellingtons disputed whether we should do it or not. We were careful with arborists, made sure there were no roots there. There are no roots there when we dug the basement, nowhere near there. So go to the next slide, please. This is that white oak that they are so concerned about. As you can see, they put an 8-foot fence next to the white oak with posts within 1 foot of the white oak. Next slide, please. They're showing the posts going into the ground next to the white oak. Next slide, please. This is our existing fence again that we're replacing, just putting it 1 foot higher in the exact location. Next slide, please. This is the picket fence that you all see in your example. And next slide, please. You all at one time said you wanted it to be black or charcoal color. We're willing to do that if you still want that. You can see the next slide of other examples of that. Next slide. So up to you. If you want it to be natural, keep it natural. If you want it to be dark stained, we'll dark stain it for you. Again, thank you for listening to this proposal again. Sorry that you had to go through it again. And we are open to hear any questions you all have.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Pelletier.
It's not dimensioned on the plan, but how far is the white oak from your proposed fence?
If you can go back to the first.
Or is it?
You can see the white oak is on the right-hand side. It's
Yeah.
marked as tree 156, is it there?
6, yeah.
So the closest the fence will be to it is 13 feet. Again, they have a post within a foot of the white oak.
Right, your
The
fence.
closest the pool will be is about 40 feet. And there's a house with a 10-foot deep foundation between the pool and the white oak.
And the concrete
And-
driveway.
And the concrete driveway
Yes.
and an existing garage. So,
Yes.
we were very careful when we built the house and followed the guidelines of the tree preservationists and the arborist to make sure we weren't disturbing the white oak. That white oak has been fine for 11 years now since we built our addition.
I didn't read the arborist report. What did they say about the white oak?
Again, the only thing they brought is make sure that we fence around it.
Right.
That if we find any exposed roots, that we take care of the exposed roots in the right way. And again, when we did do that on the addition, just like we did in our addition, there were no roots in that area. So, because you're seeing a white oak that is 4 feet above this elevation right now. So the roots have to go down, up, and right turn and go over.
Right.
I'm not an arborist, but it's an interesting way the roots would grow.
Okay, so from your new fence to the tree, it's like 14 feet?
From our fence line to that tree is 13 and a half, 14
Okay.
feet. And to the pool is around 40 feet or so.
Well, the pool,
Yeah, with a basement in between it, and like I
yes,
said.
no,
the-
I don't
all
care
other stuff.
about it. I'm just
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
curious how close, your new stuff. Did you say you were replacing the concrete? You're not replacing the
So
concrete?
the only place we're replacing the concrete is behind that fence line, as you can see.
Oh, okay.
Where we're putting porcelain tile and astroturf, ripping up the concrete and replacing it with the porcelain tiles. and
Gotcha,
concrete.
okay. Okay, good, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, if not, do we have any public testimony in this case? Come on up. And if you would hit the button so it turns green, the mic turns green, state your name and association with this project.
I'm Greg Wiedemann. I'm a practicing architect in Bethesda for the last 40 years or so with a specialty in historic preservation. I'm here with Meredith Wellington, who resides at 18 West Lenox. And I entered a couple of points that the applicant addressed in his comments, and I would like to say a few things about that. First of all, the drawing that's in front of you shows tree 156. I'd like to tell you that that tree 12 years ago was almost 50 inches, at 49.5 inches in diameter. That is a very significant tree. It is not like other trees. And the second point is that that tree is not located where it's shown here. It straddles the property line. 1/4 of it lies on the Wellington's property. The village considered a series of variances. They needed the applicant needed a variance for the location of the pool and building in the right-of-way, and it granted those from a zoning point of view. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the tree and a little bit about the fence. First of all, the fact that the tree is about 25% on the Wellington's property, they have an interest in that tree. And they would like to maintain it as they have been maintaining it for years. They would like to preserve it, and we believe that the trees, particularly really majestic trees like that white oak, are part of the character of the village of Chevy Chase. There was a preliminary tree preservation plan that has been presented to you. We've been told by the board of managers of the village that that's preliminary. In my discussions with an arborist, he said that he thought it was preliminary, that it would need to be further explored, and the final tree preservation plan that would be required for permitting would address some very specific aspects of protecting that tree. Now, with regard to the tree, the area in front of the garage that is porcelain and open, open turf, from the position of the, from the aspect of the impact on the tree, keeping the existing driveway would be far better for the tree. Removing the driveway, excavating to have a proper course, it's not clear. The applicant said that the cars will not be driving there, but there is a vehicular gate, and the applicant is referring to it as a driveway. So they're proposing to drive over turf, they're proposing to remove a concrete driveway, and a proper tree protection plan would give detail of how that would be done and how the tree roots would be protected. The village arborist applied the same, is that too much time? Okay, sorry.
If you can
Yeah.
come to
The
summary.
village arborist said, applied the same rule to that tree as trees that are 8 inches in diameter. He said, stay within 10 feet of the tree. We don't think that we would ask him to consider the fact that it's over 4 feet in diameter. And just in closing, I'd like to talk about the fence. Although I agree that the pool is in probably the best and only reasonable location, it did require a significant variance. And the character of the village of Chevy Chase is low picket fences. They tend to be 3 to 4 feet in height, and although there are taller ones, as the applicant has said, on a number of other properties, it tends to be in areas where there's noise and traffic and other aspects. This fence is very close to Magnolia Parkway, and from an aesthetic point of view, I believe that it would be more in keeping to have a fence closer to the house and more along the bounds of the existing, or the proposed terraces. From an aesthetic and a historic preservation, rather than a zoning consideration. I respect the Board of Managers' decision granting the variances, but I ask you to consider the historic impact.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the applicant? I'll ask one. So your concern, or you're suggesting that removing the existing concrete slab where they are proposing the turf and tile is better off for the tree than what they're proposing? And why is that?
That's because you're not disturbing the roots. You know,
How deep do you think the roots are there on a tree like that? And has the arborist evaluated the depth of the roots? What is this? I'm sorry to keep asking multiple questions, but do we have the staff or the arborist report?
So the preliminary report was included with the application. And in discussions with Chevy Chase Village, and they acknowledged that the details in that report were just preliminary, and that the tree protection plan will be developed in response to the actual construction drawings. So we sort of need the HOP to develop the construction drawings to develop the final tree protection plan. So that's sort of where we are in the order of operations.
Okay.
May I make a point to that, please? The
Sure.
the tree protection plan the village arborist came up with was not marked preliminary until after the Wellingtons complained about the plan. But the village, at their approval process, came very flat out and said, when they were said, we need a tree protection plan before we approve this, the village said, no, that is part of your construction process. That is part of your construction plans. They came up with 3 concerns at the village hearing. They said drainage, they were concerned about drainage, tree protection, and noise. Okay, never mentioned the fence. In fact, preliminary, they said they weren't concerned about the fence. Until after those things were dismissed on them, they came up with new problems, okay? But the village made it very clear that the tree protection plan, stormwater management plan, all that kind of stuff is all part of when you submit your construction documents and your construction plan and get your building permit, not part of the design stage. From the design standards, we met everything they want. When we did our addition on the house, we met everything they wanted with the arborist and made sure we were protecting that tree, and we will so with this. And by the way, that's not a vehicular gate. It's a normal gate. Look at the size of it. You can't fit a car through that gate. So it's not really the truth. Just like you said in your previous letter to the village that we were going to trim back the crown of the tree. And we never stated that anywhere, never put it in any writing anywhere, never verbally said it. You made it up and put it into a letter to the village.
Excuse
just
me,
as a
may I
matter
just
of
say-
point, you'll find it in the
Where?
applicant's.
Where is it in the
Your
application?
plans. It's
It is
your
not in
own-
our plans.
yes, it
We even
is.
talked to our,
Listed- no,
architect,
look
we talked to our,
again.
yeah, I'll look at them.
Look again at the
All
plan.
right, just, if you can finish your comments, and then we'll let you reply. You're done? Ms. Wellington, please.
Yes, for the record, I'm Meredith Wellington, and I reside at 18 West Lenox. And I just want to say briefly that I am taken aback by the sort of tone of the concerns of my next-door neighbor, because, this tree's been there a lot longer than any of us have. And it was there when I got there, and the lady next door, we took care of it because we share it. And it was there, when they, excuse me, when they moved in. And hopefully it's going to be there a whole lot longer. And I'm sorry if it was offensive that we were concerned about the tree, but we are concerned about the tree. It's right on our patio. It is a huge part of our yard. It's a huge part of when you look from West Lenox Street in, you cannot miss that tree. It towers. And so my concern is that this is all very close together. I'm not a tree expert, but I know this tree has huge roots. We saw it 12 years ago. I mean, those roots are amazing. And that there's delicacy here in doing a very thorough, careful job. And of course, there's nothing untoward here that the village when I expressed my concern, because I didn't think this was an adequate tree protection plan, and it wasn't as good as the one they did 12 years ago. When I expressed my concern, then the board of Shayna Davis Cook wrote this letter to me and also revised this plan to make it clear that nothing was going to happen until the owner actually submits his final drawings. Because the drawings, you know, from my perspective, have been a little on the hard to rely on side, because 12 years ago, and it's in your staff report of 12 years ago, the tree was exactly where it really is, which is between our properties. And then in this, for the whole process, it's been shown to be entirely on the property of the applicant. So that's all to say, I have no ill will. We're not trying to pull any tricks. I'll answer any questions. I'll take the heat for anything if I've made any mistakes. But those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear, 25% of the tree is on your property, 75% is on his. It seems to me in his presentation, he shares your appreciation of the tree and wishes it to continue living for a long time. A report.
I'm sorry.
Arborist report is coming. I have not read it and can't read it right now. We'll evaluate it. If it's not sufficient, then we'll recommend additional criteria for it. But you will have another chance to review the final version of the arborist report. Preliminarily speaking, what is the arborist okay with the current fence location relative to the tree?
Yes. Again, we're 13 and a half feet away as opposed to 1 foot away with posts in the tree.
And how wide is your gate?
I believe it's a normal double gate, like 4 feet, I guess. I mean,
4 or 5 feet?
yeah.
Would you be opposed to making it a single gate?
No, no problem.
And you could make it 42 inches or 4
Yeah.
feet and have a nice generous gate to move stuff, and thereby eliminating the car driving into that area. Any further comments by the architect or Ms. Wellington?
I just want to say that as long as our neighbors have been there, I used to share the cost of the maintenance, split it half, 50-50 with the lady who lived there before. But the Coglins, for different reasons, are very busy people and raising their family, were unable to participate. And so my husband and I have maintained the tree throughout this time with Bartlett tree to make sure that it stays nice and healthy and that the dead limbs are trimmed, et cetera, et cetera. So.
One final question. How long has the original fence along Magnolia Parkway, how long has that been there?
I know at least 30 years.
I would have to look that up. I thought I remembered that you had to go and get a hop later on after you built a fence.
No, the fence was there before us, and the village said that it was there for at least 15 years before we got it. We went and got a hop because a tree fell on the fence, and we had to replace a section of it, so we got a hop and a permit to sort of rebuild the existing fence in the same location.
The tree's been there a long time. I mean, it's not 5 years, it's likely over 15 years potentially, and you can confirm that.
I can confirm it's been there.
I mean, I'm sorry, the fence.
It's been there as long as we have, and it was old when we moved in. Old and falling down when we moved in, we had to repair it, and when a tree fell, we had to replace the whole fence. But it's been there for a long time before we moved in 18 years ago.
Okay.
But it was a much shorter fence.
It was the exact same fence, picket fence.
Okay. I'm going to close comments by the applicant and the public testimony, and we will open it up for discussion here on the commission. So would any commissioner like to make an opening statement on this case? Commissioner Doman.
This is Commissioner Doman. We've seen this before, I guess, on here. I think the applicant has done an exceptional job answering questions, responding to the queries from the commissioners up here. I think they've been responsive. They worked with the city of Chevy Chase. I think they've gone out of the way to do what needs to be done to move this thing along. And I support staff's recommendation that we approve this HOP as written, and that's my opinion, and I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Commissioner Radu.
I just want to about that area, the turf. I think I heard the comments that it might impact even more the tree, and I agree during construction might be some impact, but after construction, I don't think, I mean, especially with the turf, there will be more water, so I don't think it's like really long-term detrimental to the, I don't see anything detrimental. I think the fence in that area, we see in a lot of other historic districts and all the applications that the posts have to be installed carefully so they don't damage the roots. So I don't think I have a problem with the tree, especially like considering how the addition, this doesn't seem to be closer than the addition, neither the new pavement or the fence. And along Magnolia Parkway, with the fence there, I'm okay with it. I agree it is 1 additional foot, but I think it's a reasonable dimension considering that it is set back a little bit and it has been there for such a long time.
Commissioner Galway.
This is Commissioner Galway. I think my first comment is I'm really disappointed that the fear that you both have about losing this tree is really creating a split between neighbors. And I really do hope that you guys can try to work that out. I think both parties are certainly interested in seeing that tree survive. I can't imagine either one of you would think otherwise. I look at and I don't know exactly where the addition was, so I can't really specifically talk to that, but the foundation of this existing home, in my mind, would have a much more potential concern for the location and potential damage to the tree because it's a foundation and not a post or a fence line. I think to one of the other commissioners' comments, I think we have to be very careful during construction that something doesn't get swung and hit the tree and damage it in that way. I think that's critically important, that there's nothing out of negligence or just carelessness that something would happen and hit the tree. But in terms of the location of the paving, the location of the fence, certainly location of the pool, I just don't see it. I don't see why, as long as there's care being taken during construction, that those structures would be of any significant damage. I think if we take the patio up or the concrete up and there is an exposed root and it's taken care of properly so that there isn't potential for infection and damage to the tree in that way, due diligence in that respect, I would think this tree should be fine, in my humble opinion. Regarding the fence, I think that the location has been there. We've heard that. It's been there, and it hasn't changed for many, many years. There is a requirement for the height, and in my mind, we're not talking 6 feet. We're not going any higher than we need, so I think I could support the revised fence height. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Dominiani.
Just a quick comment to thank the applicant and public testimony for bringing up the concerns of the tree. I think I agree with the HOP as it is written, and I believe that there's sort of adequate effort been made to protect the tree. One thing I'll note as well, building on some of the other commissioners' remarks, is I think sequencing and construction is important in this case to protect those roots, so to ensure if there's going to be sort of heavy equipment moving back there to dig out the pool, et cetera, that ensuring that the driveway kind of isn't ripped up first and then the big heavy tracks roll across where the roots are afterwards. But I think a a skilled and reputable construction company is going to ensure that that's mitigated properly. So to me, it seems that this very sort of important and characteristic tree of the neighborhood is adequately protected, and I could see myself approving the HOP with the staff recommendations as written. Thank you.
I'll wrap this up. I do think that during construction of the fence and the driveway, that the arborist needs to be on site and watch the construction and make any on-site recommendations as he sees fit for the preservation of the tree. Because of regarding the fence, I don't have a problem with that per se. Given the length of time that the existing fence has been there, it's become part of the context, it's become part of the streetscape at this point. It's, that said, if there were practical reasons to move it in a few feet to avoid the trees that have grown over time since that fence was put in, seems to me that would not hurt your landscape plans. It seems that there is a landscaping buffer between the terrace and what I perceive as lawn, and then the fence. So if it moved in a couple feet to avoid trees, et cetera, then I think you should consider that. I also believe that the gate should not be a double swinging gate. Make it a single, make it 42, 48 if you like, but clearly that make it convenient to get your bikes and et cetera in and out, but that a car cannot fit in there. So I'm going to make a motion that the HPC approve HOP number 1104437 based on the staff recommendations as stated, and, well, correction, sorry. Yes, HOP number 1095563 at 20 West Lenox Street, Chevy Chase, based on the staff recommendations, and also including that an arborist be present during the driveway and fence installation, as well as a reduction or a change of the gate from a double panel gate to a single panel gate to assure that no automobiles or large equipment can go down that driveway. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that. It's Commissioner Dolman.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. We are now going to hear case 1J at 3806 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase. And do we have a staff report?
Do bear with me one moment while we switch presenters. Okay. All right. This is Laura with the staff. This is a review for HOP number 1104437 for 3806 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase. This property is known as the Williams Workman House. Master plan site was constructed around 1895. The project will be reviewed under Chapter 24A and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. The applicants propose to construct a two-story rear addition with cross-gable roof at the rear and a screened porch. The application also proposes construction of a freestanding 1.5-story garage accessory structure at the southwest corner of the parcel, accessed by a new driveway and removal of 2 trees. One was previously permitted for removal and has been removed since the preliminary consultation for this project. Proposed work to the historic house includes replacement of existing wood siding with new wood siding and trim, replacement of existing windows with new wood windows, replacement of the main roof, replacement in kind of 2 doors and a 3rd door, not in kind, replacement of existing skylights, replacement of the front porch roof with standing seam metal, and reinstallation of shutters. So at the February 26th, 2025 meeting, the HPC held a preliminary consultation review for this project. At that time, the HPC had the following comments: that the overall form and massing of the addition is appropriate. The addition should be narrowed so it does not project beyond the plane of the historic building, particularly along the west elevation. In addition to the overall plane setbacks, details of the west elevation warranted additional consideration. One commissioner opined that the use of the flat bay was acceptable because it was shallower than the historic bay. Another commissioner commented that the design of the west gable competed too much with the historic house. And a third commissioner added that the design should not look too historic and should be further differentiated from the old so that it's obvious that the addition came later. The projection of the HPC also found the projection of the second floor closet over the entry vestibule and the hyphen on the east elevation should be reduced. And that also included a suggestion for replacing the projection with a traditional porch roof. There were mixed opinions about the hyphen materials and details, but general consensus that the hyphen design should be carefully studied so that the materials and details were more compatible with, but also differentiated from the historic building. There was also a suggestion that the hyphen be made glassier. At the time, the HPC also noted the roof line of the addition should be lower than that of the historic building and then proposed, and also requested additional materials, including a roof plan. The HPC found that the accessory structure was appropriately designed and compatible with, but differentiated from the historic house, and that the placement of the driveway was appropriate, as was the tree removal. Additional information was requested on the treatment of the historic house, and there was a note that both historic chimneys should be retained above the roof line. So staff finds that the revised design addressed many of the HPC's previous concerns, but that some details warrant additional consideration. The staff recommendation included 8 conditions that attempted to address those concerns, as well as new information presented about the work items for the historic house, which were not detailed in the preliminary submission, specifically the siding replacement, window replacement, and porch replacement. So regarding the hyphen, while beadboard was added to the panels in the hyphens and bays, the overall proportions of the panels, trim, and fenestration have not been modified. Staff recommends that the applicant widen the windows proposed in the hyphen and add a single or dual side lights to the entry door to provide additional glazing as recommended during the preliminary consultation review, and further differentiate it from the old in keeping with Standard 9. The applicant, I believe, would like to discuss this recommendation. Also along the west elevation, staff found that while the elevation itself has been pulled back, the proposed flat bay does project an additional 4 inches than previously proposed, and the appearance of the west elevation still competes with the historic elevation. Staff suggests that to highlight the primacy of the historic house, the third floor gable end windows of the addition be reduced in scale. We suggested a 4-light casement, fixed or awning window, no greater in size than the existing rectangular Queen Anne window on the east elevation gable, and the applicant would also like to discuss this condition. Along the east elevation, as previously noted, the second floor of the hyphen was pulled back and a porch entry added. Staff recommends a similar treatment of the attic window and the hyphen windows and panels, as well as the addition of a side light. For the cladding of the addition, staff found that the use of fiber cement siding and painted boral trim were acceptable for use on the addition only, but recommends that additional differentiation be provided between the profiles of the proposed Cove Dutch lap siding, fiber cement siding, and the historic Dutch Cove lap siding, which, as proposed, have only nominal differences. Staff recommends the applicants utilize a different profile, such as the V rustic or channel shown in the catalog cut for their proposed manufacturer, or a standard smooth plank or beaded smooth plank lap siding such as those produced by Hardy, to provide better differentiation pursuant to Standard 9. The applicant has generally agreed to this condition, but may wish to discuss the possibility of using shakes instead, which the staff has generally discouraged. Work to the historic house includes replacement of the existing wood siding, windows, and replacement of the main roof and doors and skylights. Regarding the siding, the applicants have provided a section cut detail showing the profile of the existing wood siding and proposed to replace it with custom milled siding to match. The applicants have also provided lead tests showing the siding tests extremely high for lead and have submitted an additional letter speaking to that point. Aside from the lead test, the applicants have also stated that the siding is in poor condition and missing in some places, but have not provided detailed photographs supporting that assertion. Staff recommends that additional documentation is necessary to demonstrate that repair and lead abatement is infeasible and that whole-scale replacement is necessary. Staff also has concerns about the installation of a vapor barrier behind the siding, having the potential to change the relationship of the siding to the windows, trim, eaves, etc. Absent this documentation, the proposed siding replacement removes an original character-defining feature of the property, and staff found that it fails to satisfy standards 2 and 6 and Chapter 24A 8B2, and recommends that the documents be updated to show the retention of the siding and that missing siding be patched with siding from the rear elevation. Regarding window replacement, the applicants have provided a window condition survey and proposed replacement drawings for each window. Staff finds that the applicants have adequately demonstrated that most of the windows are in poor condition, but not that the proposed windows are an in-kind replacement to match the historic details in keeping with Standard 6. The staff report notes some of the dimensional differences and requests additional and precise documentation and updated window specifications confirming the dimensions of all window types, and that the proposed windows must match exactly the dimensions of the historic windows pursuant to Standard 6 and Chapter 24A 8B2. The applicants have indicated that they can work with staff to comply with this recommendation and fully customize the new windows to provide an exact match. As part of the window survey, staff has also recommended that the presence and condition of the existing shutter hardware be added and that the hardware be retained on all windows where it exists. The applicants have indicated this is not a problem. For door replacement, since the preliminary consultation review, the applicants have updated the submission materials to show the replacement of 2 front porch doors and a side basement door. Staff finds that the side porch door and side basement door are original, but that the front door does not appear to be original owing to the style, smoothness of the finish, and alterations to the jamb for the existing slab. Staff finds that the doors proposed for replacement in kind are compatible with the historic resource and recommend approval, and also we've noted that they'd qualify for the tax credit. However, we've recommended that the proposed half-light door with 9 panes over 2 panels is not compatible with the Queen Anne Victorian vernacular style of the house and would be more appropriate for a colonial revival or rural commercial property. And we recommend instead that a single light, half-light wood door, such as those found in figures 19 or 20 of the staff report and shown here, would be more compatible with the property, satisfying Chapter 24A 8B2 and Standard 9. The applicant did not take exception to this condition. And finally, for the porch roof replacement, the applicants proposed to replace the asphalt shingle roof of the front porch with standing seam metal roofing. The current proposal calls for high snap-on standing seam panel roofing by PacClad, which has a 1.5 high seams. Overall, staff finds that the use of standing seam metal is compatible with the character of the resource in keeping with Chapter 24A8B2, but finds that the proposed seam height is overly high and out of keeping with the traditionally lower profile standing and flat seam metal roofing often found on porches of this period, and recommends that the seams be no more than 1 inch high and be hand crimped in the field. Staff also notes the submission does not include a ridge detail and requests one for the final submission, and that the panel width be between 12 and 18 inches. So those address all of the conditions that we had requested in the report. I also have details here of the revised driveway and accessory building structure designs, which the staff did not take issue with, and the tree removal, which the HPC previously took no issue with. So again, here are our conditions, and any questions for staff?
Any questions for staff? Everybody's getting tired. No questions. Oh, we got one? Commissioner Doman.
I think I have a question. Is the, maybe I could ask the applicant about it, but is the applicant proposing to replace all the siding?
Yes.
And staff's position is that the siding that's currently on is adequate and should remain. Is that the position?
Yes, we did not find that the documentation provided, aside from the lead testing, that it supported the replacement fully.
Well, are you anticipating more input, or I guess I have to ask the applicant, is the applicant here?
The
Okay.
the applicant is here.
I'll get some information from the applicant then, thank you.
Commissioner Pelletier.
Thank you. The recommendation for the attic windows, can you go back to the elevation that shows those small squares? Like, where is that coming from?
So that size was just a suggestion to kind of speak to the dimensions here, but make it a little bit less prominent than the attic window on the main house.
Oh, I see, okay. All right, thanks.
If there are no more questions for staff, we'll ask the applicant to come on up. And you've been here before, so you know the drill.
Sean Bueller from Bennett Frank McCarthy Architects on behalf of the owners of the property.
Sean, you are welcome to make a presentation or field questions.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Laura. There's a lot of conditions here. It's a big project with a lot of scope, and we've had a lot of back and forth. And I feel like the dialogue has been positive and fruitful. So the things I'd like to discuss, I hope, are not perceived as confrontational, but rather just trying to get the outcome that works best for everybody involved. I'll try to be as quick as I can. There were 3 or 4 of the conditions that we just wanted to discuss to make sure that we were doing what we all thought made sense. On the hyphen, there was a question about if the hyphen should have more or less glazing. My personal preference was not to introduce side lights to the mudroom door, just because it seemed like it would elevate that door beyond the front door of the house, to have side lights at a side door and not at a front door. And so we are trying to keep the lines of the hyphen as clean as possible by picking a window width that matched the door width, and try to create as little discontinuity between the first floor glazing and the second floor glazing as we could. And so that was our objective there. Perfectly happy to have as much glazing as possible. That it's that side light issue that was driving what you see in front of you today. Excuse me. On the gable windows, I wish we had this right before we submitted these drawings. In doing a more detailed window survey to meet one of the conditions in the report, we've identified that there is shutter hardware on pretty much every existing window on the house. And so the drawings really ought to show shutters on all of the windows of the historic massing. So I'm hoping that if we show that, that will provide enough distinction between the existing house and the addition, that windows in the gable ends of the addition that are similar in size but don't have shutters will diminish themselves just by that alone. When you add to that the siding is changing to a more simple profile, I think it distinguishes itself pretty well. Unfortunately, these drawings don't show the siding changing either, because that condition came after these drawings were issued. But we've since revised them, and at least in drawing, it shows a pretty clear distinction between the new and the existing. The siding on the addition, we don't take issue with doing something other than Dutch lap. The house across the street, which is a companion to this house and also historic, has shakes in its front gable that appear to be original. We like shakes. If the commission doesn't, then we're not gonna, that's not the hill we're gonna die on in this project. But if it were all things equal, we would take shakes over just straight up lap siding. As you all may be aware, hardy siding in the lapped form doesn't really hide its vertical joints well and looks kind of thin, and the existing siding on the house has such a massive weight to it that I don't really like the juxtaposition of that kind of flimsier look of the flat siding relative to the weighty, deep Dutch lap. Window replacement, we don't take issue with the request for more information. We've already begun an exhaustive survey. We are prepared to have custom windows that can match all the dimensions. There's about 3 different mullion widths and a variety of window frame widths on the house. And so we needed to be more rigorous than we had been at the time of the submission. Similar on the siding replacement, this is a tricky one, and I can appreciate it's a bit of an ask. The siding has a couple of quirky conditions. It's not, I mean, obviously based on the age of the house, it's not flashed anywhere. And so where the siding meets roof lines, bays, where it meets what is a pretty robust water table, it's showing some wear. We don't have specific insect damage reports on the siding itself, but there is insect damage throughout the inside of the house, and there are cases where we can see it in the trim, and so it's reasonable to believe it's hiding in a lot of places we're not aware of. This siding has a very curious condition where the corner boards overlap it, and because of the deep coves in the Dutch lap, you can see a lot of deterioration behind those corner boards. There is an idea about using siding on the rear of the house to repair the places that are damaged. I think about 3/4 of the siding on the rear house isn't original. There is a large rectangular portion that has a straight line all the way through where the siding there shows maybe 1 to 2 layers of paint, whereas the historic siding in the house shows many, 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 many layers of paint. And then that goes to the final issue on the siding, which is, I know lead in and of itself is not a sole criteria for replacement, but there will be 3 young kids living in this house. The county, the EPA, any number of agencies are very clear on what should or shouldn't happen with respect to lead paint, particularly in a house that will be lived in by young children. There are tons of layers of paint on this house. The paint is not stable. It will not be a clean removal. And it's very difficult to imagine removal of this lead paint in a way that doesn't poison the entire property and potentially neighbors' properties. That's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for the applicant? Ms. Radu?
Hi, this is Commissioner Rado. I have a question regarding this siding replacement and if you intend to actually do any ice and water sheet or like, some sort of like Tyvek or something to, I mean, what?
If we replace the siding, one of the advantages, in our opinion, is there's a lot of movement in the structure. Nothing's straight anymore. Nothing's where it used to be. And I think there's a lot of evidence of water damage throughout the building and other things. And this strikes us as a great opportunity to introduce a proper vapor barrier to the building. I know staff mentioned a concern about how that would impact the trim relationship to the windows, but that would be a membrane type system that would be of really negligible thickness.
Yeah, that was my question. I didn't think that was a thickness problem.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, building performance is less your purview, but we want this house to be here for another 150 years, and the best thing we can do to do that is put a vapor barrier between the siding and the structural framing.
Commissioner Doman.
This is Commissioner Doman. I come at this from several perspectives, okay? I have been a licensed home improvement performance contractor, so I understand the dynamics of a house and how the air goes and everything. I also I'm retired now, but I was a licensed lead abatement supervisor specialist, and I've done a lot of lead abatement on our homes. And I also, in my previous life, I was a home improvement contractor, so I worked on a lot of houses exactly like this, okay? And I know what the issues are on this thing. Looking at the drawing, the photos in front of you see a lot of, on the window, between the window and the wall, you see a lot of discoloration of the paint. It's turning black, okay? I visited the house this afternoon. I walked by it. It's not lived in now, is it? Is it?
No, it's not.
It looks like it's suffering deterioration because of lack of maintenance on it right now, maybe?
Yeah,
Is that
well,
proper?
Yeah, and if I were to amend my response, it is lived in, just not by humans.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
You can hear the animals, and there are
Okay.
several openings in roof surfaces and so forth.
I mean, I can see on the roof where there's been patchwork done. I did walk in a little bit to take a look at the porch. You have a lot of problems with it, lots of problems on it. Do you know if there's any insulation in the walls?
I can't imagine there is.
Yeah, and you know the issue about siding drying because of the cavities behind it, move air, and if you
Correct,
insulate, you
and-
have issues with it,
And the
right?
energy code is going to ask us to insulate the daylights out of this building, which we'd like to do. And the second we do that without a vapor barrier, we've created a real problem for that
You lose
siding.
your siding, yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
lose
exactly
everything.
right.
So you have a lot of issues out here. Now, I have no problem with taking the siding down, but that's a big job. I mean, you're talking a lot of linear feet of siding to be milled, right?
Yes.
And this, I've never seen siding like this. It's a Dutch, but it's got 3 grooves in it.
That's right.
And you're gonna try and duplicate this, right?
Yeah, I'm confident we can. And the siding on the back, I'm sure, is not original, and it demonstrates that somebody somewhere was able to get it milled, so.
I mean, I've never seen siding with that particular little detail on it, you know, it's kind of unusual.
It'll be a lot prettier if it only has 1 coat of paint on it.
Yeah, and you're mentioning about how the corner boards overlap the siding. You end up with little cavities in there, and bugs and everything else gets in there, and water gets in there.
Yeah, my preference would probably be to still have it overlap so it demonstrates the same thickness, but have that be a butt joint instead so that we don't have the cavities that
Yeah.
let things burrow behind
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
I mean, that would be a normal way you do it. If you replace the siding, what material do you envision?
Cedar.
Cedar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and our contractor is already, he's confident he can have it milled.
Okay, all right. Well, and like I said, it's a big undertaking to strip all that off because you have to be aware of paint chips. Paint chips are gonna be all over the place. It's a major job to
Yeah,
contain everything, to take all that siding off, weather conditions, everything else, you know, to undertake that. Okay, I wish you good luck. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Haynes, if I understand your proposal, you're proposing to replace the existing siding with new wood siding, and then the addition, on the historic resource, and then on the addition, you're proposing a composite in a Dutch lap, is that correct?
That's what we had proposed. I think one of staff's recommendations was not to use a Dutch lap because they were too similar, and we're okay with that condition. The question is, what do we use in its place? And so I was suggesting I would prefer to use a shake over just a straight up flat siding, but if
Right,
see what your thoughts are on that.
got it, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
I have one. No, my
Pelletier.
mic's been on the whole time. What are you doing about the trim? Are you saving what you can save?
We would save what we can save.
Okay.
There are not a lot of unusual profiles on the house. It's just beefier trim than we normally get now, so there's gonna be some millwork that we have to do there if we replace any of it. But
Well, would you take it off to flash and then put it back
yeah,
on?
we would have to. If we're replacing the windows and the siding, then the trim's coming off and going back on.
Okay, do you have a historic experienced contractor who's gonna work on this house?
We have a contractor that we have a lot of experience with. I don't know that I would call him historic specific, but we would document basically every single trim profile and then make sure that, I personally have historic experience.
Well, just as far as saving the material.
Yeah.
Noting where it went, putting it back in the right spot, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because when you get into it, it's a big pain in the butt.
Yeah, no, it's a fair,
And
it's a fair concern. And fortunately, it's a fairly simple house. There aren't a ton of specialty pieces, but.
Right. Yeah, okay. And you have the shutters?
We have a pile of shutters on the front porch. Some of
right,
them
I
are no
saw
longer
that.
rectangular, and so we have to figure out, they're pretty straightforward. They're louvered shutters. I think we'd like to reuse them where we can.
Right, okay.
I feel fairly confident we can replicate them, and so to the extent we can work with staff to make that determination. Most of the hardware is there. We're missing about 9 pindles, but there are 12 pindles on the back of the house where windows are coming off because of the addition, so minimally, the hardware ought to work out, so.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Oh, maybe I missed it. Are you proposing to put shutters back up, even though the drawings don't show any shutters on the house? And
That's
there are none on there right now anyway.
The drawing's erroneous. Yeah, we are proposing to put the shutters back on all the original windows any window that has pindles telling us there were shutters, we'd like there to be shutters. So we show them on a few of the windows, but it wasn't admittedly until we started doing a more exhaustive window survey that had me climbing out onto porch roofs and stuff that I
I
noticed.
saw a bunch on the front porch.
Yeah,
They're
there's a
laid
pile
up
of them
against
there.
the wall there in the front
I
porch.
haven't inventoried them,
Yeah.
so we'll see what we got.
You're talking about wood shutters?
Yeah.
Not plastic fiberglass or anything
No,
like that?
No,
right?
even when I'm working on non-historic properties, I don't use plastic shutters.
I've actually made shutters, and it's a little trick, okay?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a little trick to it.
Commissioner Pelletier.
Question. On those front attic windows, are there shutters on those?
There are pindles on the outer 2 windows, so I assume that there were. I don't know. I got to inventory what we have to see if they are the full width of the windows or
Right.
not, because it's,
Doesn't look like you have enough room.
yeah,
To do the
it seems like it would
full-
be tight, but there's a pretty heavy subrake, so we're going to inventory what was there and see if we can figure that out.
Okay, so the intent is that those windows will also have shutters.
That's what we'd like. And again, I think going back to staff's issue about differentiation of the gable window relative to the existing
Right.
window, that would help if the existing window and the gables had shutters, so that the gable windows already look smaller just by the lack of
Got
shutter.
it. Okay, thanks.
One last question on the side elevation, driveway side elevation, if we could bring that up. On your addition, there are 2 small windows on the first floor, narrow windows, I should say. What rooms are those in? And they look proportionally, I guess they're similar to the historic structure front second floor window, but they look out of place proportionally to the rest of the facade.
They're partly hurt by the fact that the existing house has 2 non-historic windows that are also out of proportion. They're too fat, ours are too skinny. Interestingly, the 2 in the existing house are in the current kitchen, and the 2 in the addition are in the new kitchen. And so they're slender, they're flanking either side of a range, and so it's the age-old trying to get windows in the kitchen and still have cabinets. And so, yeah.
Well, if you can
Widen them.
widen them, try and get a little bit better proportion there, I think that would be appropriate.
In the course of replacing the 2 non-historic windows, would it help to also make those not necessarily more slender, but taller so that they're less of a squat proportion, or would you rather see those stay the size they are?
I'm assuming they would have been a 2/2 originally.
Yeah, those are like Andersons. They're not historic, and they have a higher sill than anything else on the first floor because they're at a countertop. I can't easily.
Can you replace those with wood windows to match the details of the historic windows? I would be okay keeping the window size per se, but maybe make them 2/2 in a wood window to match the historic windows.
Yeah, I mean, the 2/2 is obviously easy. The wood windows we're using are gonna be like 4 times the cost of a clad wood window, but I can certainly appreciate that. That'd be the only 2 not wood windows on the historic massing, so yeah, I think a wood window there probably makes sense.
And while we're on this facade, what's happening on the historic resource up in the gable? There looks like a window was there, but replaced the 2 small ones on the right side. Looks like it's Is it just a panel there right now? What's
It's a
happening?
really weird element. It's not my favorite part of the house. It's a pair of windows, and there's a panel there because there's a chimney running up in between them.
I see. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
so,
got it.
yeah.
All right, thank you, thank you. One more question.
Sorry, I know we have to move this along. Is that beadboard on the hyphen?
Yeah, I think at the last meeting, folks didn't like the flat panels, and as they were saying it, I was like, we should put a vertical plank in there, and then one of the commissioners recommended a vertical plank, and it seemed two different people came to the same conclusion at the same time, and so that was
Was
what I,
that you? Came
that's
to
what I
the
did.
vertical set? Oh. I guess it's, I'm having trouble with the drawing and the proportions of the bead, of the verticals, and the same with the horizontal siding. Like, it all looks very dense, and I'm assuming that it's not necessarily representative of what you're installing. And so, I don't know, I like the flat panels. I don't have a problem with the flat panels. So I'm choking on the beadboard a little bit, but I know it's probably not shown exactly the way it's going to look.
I think that's right. The density of lines doesn't help. That we are showing Dutch lap siding means we're showing two lines where there should really be one, so that
Right.
doesn't help.
Right,
and,
okay,
so forth and so forth.
that's fine, okay, thanks.
Okay, if there's no more questions for the applicant, which there doesn't seem to be, I'd like to move on to commission discussion. Who would like to lead that discussion? Commissioner Radu.
I would be more willing to skip some of the recommendations. I don't have a problem with the side of the windows and the hyphen. I don't know, I don't see why we need to like widen them. Also not convinced about the like reducing the size of the gable windows. I am fine with the siding replacement. I agree even for energy replacements and for, like, this is such a big house, and as you said, you know, for a long-term preservation, long-term of, you know, using this house, I think it's a reasonable solution to replace it. I'm looking down the list here. I agree with the siding to be a little different, but it's already somewhat different because of the profile. So I could go either way, keeping it as you have it in the drawings, but if other commissioners think it's really, they agree with the staff report, I'm fine. Additional documentation for window specifications, I think you already talked about that. I don't have a problem with adding, I think this actually would be a good differentiation, like the louvers on the historic house, and not louvers, but shutters, sorry. And not having those, I think that would really make a little more of differentiation and help. Front door, yes, I agree with the staff report on that. And it seems like 1.5 inches somewhat high of a ridge for the, for the seams. That's all.
Commissioner Doman.
Moving down. My opinion is similar. I have no problem with items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, and 8 is in front of us. The item number 4, it says that the proposed siding replacement on the historic house is not approved, whereas I'm in favor of removing the siding and replacing it with the cedar siding, as the applicant has said. Other than that, I have no specific comments, but I do not agree with staff recommendation number 4.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Pelletier.
I agree with the other commissioners about 1 and 2. Yeah, number 3, yeah, I agree with Commissioner Radu. I think you've already differentiated the siding. I would like to see, on number 4, I totally hear you about taking all the old material off. I don't know, I'm sure it'll add costs and time, but if there's a way to save some of it and put it somewhere on the house, like reinstall some of it, just so there's some original material that shows up somewhere on the original house. I understand that it would be a massive effort to take it all off and strip it all down and put up your air barrier and then put it back up, so I wouldn't expect that. But if there is so much of it, if there is a way that you can salvage some of it and do something with it, I think that would just contribute to the saving of the original material. Let's see, the precise documentation, it sounds like you've done that. Shutter hardware, I agree with that. Front door, I totally agree with number 7. Number 8, I agree with number 8. And I'm not crazy about that beadboard, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
I concur with most of the comments previously mentioned. I do think I'm okay with replacing the existing siding, but where we can reuse existing material, that it be reused. I do think the addition should have an equally robust profile. I'm personally okay with a smooth Dutch lap. I know it's very similar to what's there, but I think there's enough differences in the details that it'll be clear that the historic portion versus the new portion. But otherwise, I agree with the other commissions on the other items. So, Commissioner Galway.
It's Commissioner Galway. I agree with the recommendations staff made in terms of the siding and the doors. I think when it comes to the windows, the notion about the shutters, I do agree that really will make those windows look larger than the other windows without the shutters. So, I mean, yes, without the shutters. So from that standpoint, I'm not particularly hung up on having to change the dimensions of the windows a little bit, and I think I'd be happy to support it as is under the conditions that we've described here. Thanks.
Very good. And with that, would someone care to make a motion? Then I will attempt. Yes. I move that the Historic Preservation Commission approve HOP number 1104437 at 3806 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase, based on the staff recommendations with the following staff recommendations, items 1, 2, 5, 7, 6, 7, 8, but with revisions to item 3 that the addition can have a smooth Dutch lap or similar type profile in wood preferably. And item 4, that the proposed siding can be replaced on the historic portion in the exact profile that is there now. And this is due to the long-range view of energy conservation and preservation of the structure for the long term. We feel that is best. Do I have a second? Commissioner Pelletier has a question.
Are we approving staff recommendations 1 and 2?
Yes.
That was his motion.
That's your motion, okay.
That's my motion.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if your motion passes. We'll see if the motion passes.
Right now, you'd have to make them smaller.
So we need a second.
I don't want a second.
To reduce it in
Make an
scale.
alteration to the motion?
Okay, we'll allow the applicant one question.
unless I was misinterpreting, it seemed like folks were generally okay with 1 and 2 as drawn rather than as recommended. And so it seemed like we were close, except the way you worded it, we'd have to make the changes that were recommended in 1 and 2. I heard most of the commissioners saying they were okay with it as drawn, so.
I think that's the point. The chair has made a motion, so then we'll see if we get a second for that, and then the commission can deliberate or vote.
Can we reread the motion before us?
There is no second, so there is no real motion.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
You may make a friendly amendment.
I'd like to amend the motion that we eliminate staff recommendations 1 and 2 from our requirements to approve this HOP.
And then it is up to the chair whether he accepts that friendly amendment.
The chair accepts the friendly amendment.
So would you mind, Chair Haynes, restating your motion?
Happily. I move that the HPC approve HOP number 1104437 at 3806 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase, based on the staff recommendations of 5, 6, 7, and 8, with the deletion of staff recommendation 1 and 2, and with the modification of recommendations 3 and 4, 3 being that the addition siding can be of similar substance and profile, such as Dutch lap, and item 4, that the siding replacement is allowed such that the siding is replicated precisely as what is on the resource now. Now do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Pelletier, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? No nays. The ayes have it. It is approved as noted. Thank you very much for indulging us and your time. Would the commission like to take a 5-10 quick break?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's come back at 9:35. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we are back live.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to our next case, which is 1L at 9403 Warren Street, Silver Spring. And do we have a staff report?
Yes, we have a brief one, Mr. Chair. So again, 9403 Warren Street, Silver Spring. This is a contributing resource to the Linden Historic District. The Craftsman Bungalow was constructed circa 1923. And the applicant presented a design for a hop at the January 8th, 2025 HPC meeting. Majority of the commissioners found that a side projecting addition could be appropriate. And at that time, they found that the proposed rear form was incompatible with the character of the house and recommended the addition could be reduced in size. Again, this is to be reviewed under the Linden Historic District Master Plan Amendment, Montgomery County Code Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior Standards. The proposal is to a partial demolition of the left side of the house, which is the north, and construct an addition in its place and restore the front and rear porches. Again, staff reviewed the porch work and determined that it's in kind and does not require a hop, but is eligible for the county's historic preservation tax credit. So again, this is the subject property. We've seen this twice before. So the proposal, again, is to build an addition here on the north side of the house, which is coplanar with the historic rear wall plane. A bathroom was constructed and enclosed later in the house's history. So this is the first floor. Portion of the kitchen will extend into the addition. The second floor includes a substantially reduced primary bedroom, bath and closet, and provided elevations with shed dormers front and rear. So staff finds that a majority of the proposed materials are compatible with the character of the house and surrounding district. Aluminum clad wood windows, parged concrete foundation, fiber cement siding, and asphalt shingles are appropriate under 24A8B2 and D and Standard 2. The revised hop is nearly 30% smaller than the design presented at the January 8th, 2025 HPC meeting, and staff finds that this revision is consistent with the feedback provided by the majority of the commissioners at the previous meeting. The rear roof line is now a gable that appears as an extension of the historic roof, interrupted only by the shed dormer. Staff finds that this simplified appearance is consistent with the HPC's feedback. However, the rear roof slope staff finds is not sufficiently differentiated from the historic construction contravening Standard 9. Again, from the rear, the roof line appears to just extend into the addition as an uninterrupted plane. While staff finds that a rear projecting addition is the most appropriate for the subject property, 6 of the 7 commissioners at the January 8th HPC meeting found that the subject house could accommodate a side projecting addition. So the applicant revised the proposal relying on the feedback provided by the HPC, and therefore staff recommends that first, the HPC adopt a condition that requires the addition to be placed at least 8 feet from the rear wall plane, and that's from the bathroom rear wall plane. So that means at least 1 foot forward of its proposed location to preserve the outline of the historic house. It would also preserve the roof line of the historic house. And with the recommended condition, staff finds, or with the condition, staff recommends that the HPC approve the hop under 24A8D and standards 9 and 10. And I will answer any questions that you have at this time.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Doman.
If the recommendation is to move it 1 foot forward, does the whole thing move forward 1 foot, or does it just get smaller?
No, so staff finds that the size is consistent with the feedback by the HPC. So it would not be a matter of reducing the overall size. It would just be moving the addition's mass forward so that when looked in this elevation, the roof line of the house as it exists would be preserved and the overhang, so it would just be shifting it just that much further forward. One of the objectives of additions under the standards is that the historic outline of the house be preserved. That's why we, inset corners for rear additions. That's so the 4 corners of the house are still readable. Staff acknowledges that the bathroom was enclosed here, but that, again, the roof line appears to extend as a single plane and we just like to preserve the overhang and the roof line as it exists today.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But basically, the footprint's the same.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, staff, again, consistent with the feedback from the HPC before, staff finds that the 14-foot by 20-foot size is consistent with that feedback.
Any other questions for staff? Very good. We will have the applicant come up. And if you would hit the button so it turns green and state your name for the record.
Cynthia Malloy.
William Malloy.
And if you care to make a presentation or you can answer questions, you'll have 7 minutes.
I agree with everything except rather than move it up a foot, drop the roof enough so that the one roof lays underneath the fly rafter. That solves the problem of we're going to have a little space of a foot and a half that's only this tall and I got a shingle all the way up there. It's just not going to work. So if I just drop the ridge, the roof, that 8 inches to the side of that fly rafter, then I can flash on the fly rafter and the lines, when you were standing next door and looking out their window, you'd see those lines on the side of that roof.
Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Pelletier.
If you do that, which I think that's an interesting idea, you'll have to make sure like the windows and stuff are centered. Like if you drop, you don't want to talk about dropping it on the one side, right?
No, the whole thing would come down.
Oh, you would take the whole thing down?
The whole thing would come down
okay.
about 8 inches.
Okay.
And drop underneath that fly rafter.
Gotcha. Okay, never mind. That sounds like an interesting idea.
One practical question. How do you get into the primary bedroom? From the landing, stair landing, I take it? I didn't see a door.
Oh, yeah, okay. I must have knocked the door out at some point.
Okay, so there would be a door off
You
the...
will turn left from
Yep.
that landing and go up one step and you're there.
Gotcha. Any other questions for the applicant? No? If not, we will talk here. Who would like to start? Commissioner Pelletier.
I appreciate you taking our comments into consideration for this go-round. I know we've been here before. I think with your suggestion of dropping the roof line a bit so that you get a what am I trying to say? A completely separate volume for the addition, I think is interesting. It doesn't, you still have the back wall issue, but that bathroom kind of did a number on the back wall anyway. So I think I could get behind your idea. But in general, I appreciate that you took our comments into consideration and you altered it, and I think it's considerably better. And so I think it'd be interesting to drop it, and I think I might be able to support that move. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Haynes. Again, I appreciate your taking our comments into consideration. I, for one, am fine with what you've drawn. I think offsetting the roof line to doesn't really, to me, give definition to the historic, not enough historic, definition to the historic structure versus the new. I think it just creates problems and looks odd. I think with because this is on the inside face of the house, the historic resource reads from 3 sides, both streets. powder room distorts that rear wall visually. So I'm actually fine the way you've drawn it, minus, getting into the bedroom. So I think I don't agree with staff's recommendation. I think it's fine the way it is. I'm okay with the roof, the historic roof and the new roof being in the same plane. I think there's enough differentiation in the massing. The break of the powder room and the porch in the back is enough of a break to separate the new from the old, and I like it just the way it is. Anybody else? Commissioner Galway.
This is Commissioner Galway. I was the one that was not in agreement with the side addition, but I will give you guys a lot of credit for this, for being able to reduce the scale and make it look like it fits with the building. So you've turned me, and I appreciate the work that you've gone through. I think that what you have drawn is something that I could approve.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anybody else?
I would just express my gratitude to the applicant. This is Commissioner Damiani. Gratitude as well for the good faith effort I think made to take our feedback on board. I think you've done very well, and I tend to agree that perhaps dropping the sort of the roof there just by 8 inches is the juice worth the squeeze in terms of differentiation there. I'm not sure. I could be okay with it just as it looks, with that one roof plane all the way across and exactly as it's drawn there as well. Thank you.
Anybody else? Then I will make a motion. I move that the HPC approve HOP number 1092049 at 9403 Warren Street, Silver Spring, as designed, and not based on the staff recommendation of offsetting the roof lines. Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Damiani. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? You are approved.
As is.
As is.
Third time.
Thank you. You're done.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
It's been a learning experience. Thank you.
You did good.
For all of us. Okay. Next up, we're going to hear our one preliminary. This is preliminary 2A at 2500 Holman Avenue, Silver Spring. And we look forward to a staff report.
Be with you in 1 second.
This is my attempt to match the color of brick. It didn't quite work out, so I also ended up painting it blue. But
I hear what you're saying. It's hard. There are companies out there. There are companies out there that do that, though. He could. Oh, we're going to make, because he was a jerk.
All right, this is Laura with the staff. This is a second preliminary consultation review for construction of 2 new houses at 2500 Holman Avenue in the Forest Glen Historic District. As discussed during the previous review and staff reports, the property at 2500 Holman Avenue was until recently included 4 lots platted in 1887, lots 7, 8, 9, and 12, 3 of which were never previously developed, and all of which were under common ownership from at least 1944 through 2024. The historic house, constructed circa 1891, is located on platted Lot 9, and the current owner of that house has also retained ownership of Lot 12. The proposed houses are on Lots 7 and 8. The project is subject to review under the Forest Glen Historic District Amendment, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior standards. I'll quickly run through some images to refamiliarize you. So the HPC held a first preliminary consultation review for this project at its January 8th, 2025 meeting. The massing reviewed at that meeting included houses set back approximately 90 feet from the right-of-way, and each measuring 33 feet in width by 45 feet in depth, with freestanding 20 by 20 garages attached by breezeways and accessed by a shared driveway. The emphasis of the first preliminary consultation was on determining whether infill construction was appropriate on the lots and establishing a general location for the proposed houses and driveways. During that review, the HPC conceptually supported the construction of 2 new houses on those lots and offered the following comments. Commissioners agreed that the massing, forms, and roof lines of the proposed building should be broken down and sensitive to the historic house and not appear as massive boxes. One commissioner noted that the boxy massing presented in the SketchUp models overpowered the existing home. Commissioners generally agreed that the proposed buildings did not need to be pushed back further to the rear, but also agreed that the buildings should not be in the same plane. As the historic house, 2 commissioners suggested that the facades of the houses also did not necessarily need to align with one another. The chair suggested that the scale of the proposed buildings needed to be reduced in order to bring them forward on the property. Commissioners supported the extension of the sidewalk along Holman Avenue to Hollow Glen Place and encouraged the activation of the fronts of the lots, including the front yards and facades of the buildings. One commissioner suggested that the design and placement of the buildings should relate not only to the adjacent historic property and properties in the district, but to the streetscape as a whole. One commissioner noted that much of the wooded lot coverage is insignificant overgrowth that can be removed, but the impact to significant trees should still be analyzed. And commissioners agreed that the proposed shared driveway and rear garages were acceptable as shown. Following that review, the applicant has revised the application, pulling the buildings forward on the lots closer to the street, refining the proposed design, and has provided renderings showing the topography as requested by the HPC. The second preliminary consultation review will focus on the appropriateness of the location, scale, height, and massing of the proposed buildings, compatibility with the outstanding resource and district as a whole, and appropriateness of the proposed design at a general level. As new construction within the environmental setting of an outstanding resource, as well as within a historic district, the proposed construction must not just be attractive and marketable, but must take into consideration the setting, context, and relationship to the historic building. Part of the significance of the the Forest Glen Historic District is its picturesque setting with large lots and mature trees. The majority of the outstanding resources in the district are circa 1890s Victorian designs, and infill construction, some of which predates designation, is largely derivative of late 19th century vernacular design. Forest Glen's central block contains St. John's Church complex, an open green space which serves as a visual center and historical anchor for the community. So just for some additional context, we have some images of other properties in the district. This is 9815 Hollow Glen, which is one of the outstanding resources, and 1980s infill construction, which is non-contributing on the right here. Another view. We've got 4 non-contributing properties and the outstanding resource in the distance here. Here at the center are 9803 and 9805 Hollow Glen Place, which I'll discuss in greater detail, and 2411 Holman Avenue, the outstanding resource located catty corner to 2500 Holman. Across Holman Avenue is the property of St. John's, which includes a handful of historic buildings, a cemetery, and large open grounds. At the other end of the district, there are a few additional historic resources along Forest Glen Road, including this circa 1899 Queen Anne, and 2404 Forest Glen, St. John's Academy, and 2418 here, which is a contributing resource, and the Agnes Caldwell House here, which is another outstanding resource. So in addition to Chapter 24A, the Commission is guided in its review by the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation. Accompanying those standards are a set of guidelines that extrapolate upon the more succinct standards and provide guidance on new exterior additions and related new construction. Specifically addressing new construction, the guidelines recommend locating new construction far enough away from the historic building when possible, where it will be minimally visible and will not negatively affect the building's character, site, or setting, designing the new construction so that it's compatible but differentiated from the historic building, considering the design for related new construction in terms of its relationship to the historic building as well as to the historic district or setting, ensuring that new construction is secondary to the historic building and does not detract from its significance, and using site features or land formations to help minimize the new construction and its impact to the historic building and property. The guidelines discourage placing new construction too close to the historic building and constructing new buildings that are much larger than the historic building. The HPC grappled with the issue of balancing compatibility with appropriate new infill construction for outstanding resources in 1999 during the reviews of the infill construction at 9803 and 9805 Hollow Gun Place, located catty-corner to the subject property. That case also involved construction of 2 single-family houses on previously platted but undeveloped lots within the environmental setting of an outstanding resource at 2411 Holman Avenue, and can serve as a point of comparison for the current project. These buildings are approximately in line in terms of setbacks from the street, but appear secondary to the historic building because of their simple design, lower height, and the breathing room and adequate setbacks between the buildings. The current proposal calls for the construction of 2 35-foot wide by 64-foot deep houses with integral garages accessed by a shared driveway. The houses would be set back approximately 64.5 feet from Holman Avenue. The historic house is set back approximately 45 to 50 feet from the street, with the main block measuring approximately 30 feet wide by 30 feet deep, plus a 20-foot wide by 13-foot wide deep rear L. Property records for the historic house indicate that it has a square footage of around 2,100 square feet. At the first preliminary consultation review, staff recommended that the proposed buildings be no wider than the historic house, or 30 feet. Staff finds that this width is consistent both with the historic house and other newer construction in the district along Hollow Glen Place, where the applicants had originally proposed a front width or a full width of 32 feet for the new buildings, but at the HPC's urging, reduced that width to 24 feet for the front halves of the buildings, bumping out to 32 feet at the rear, creating the greater visual distance between the buildings from the public right-of-way. During that 1999 review, the HPC had also found that the proposed footprint of 1,760 square feet was overly large and had encouraged a footprint of around 1,000 square feet for the infill construction, but ultimately appears that the house's footprint was closer to 1,350 to 1,450, excluding the garages. The footprint of the proposed buildings for the current project is significantly larger at around 2,240 square feet and includes integral garages. At the first preliminary consultation review, the applicant did not provide the height of the proposed buildings, but stated in the description of work that the proposed houses would be smaller in elevation and in height than the historic home. For this secondary review, the applicant's description of work also claims that the proposed buildings will be lower in elevation than the historic home and lower in overall height, but the drawings show that the proposed houses will be several feet taller than the main roof of the historic house. Staff notes that the rendering of the proposed houses shows they will be 33 feet from grade, while the elevation drawing indicates that 33 feet is measured from the first finished floor level, which is shown as elevated in both rendering and elevation, adding additional unspecified feet to the houses. The applicants have identified the peak of the main roof of the historic house as approximately 30 feet from grade, while the top of the open turret or watchtower is approximately 35 to 40 feet. Staff argues that the height of the historic building should be used for comparison purposes is the height of the main roof, not the top of the tower. By comparison, the peak of the roof at 2411 Holman is approximately 6 feet higher than that of the adjacent infill construction. No dimensions between the proposed buildings at 2500 Holman were included in the first preliminary consultation review for this project, as that was not the focus of the discussion at the time. The current submission calls for 14 feet between the wall planes of the historic house and the new construction on Lot 8, and 16 feet between the 2 proposed houses. The average distance between the fronts of the houses along Hollow Glen Place is around 25 feet. The distance between the historic resource at 2411 Holman, and the adjacent infill construction is approximately 28 feet. So here we just have a little chart that shows some of the basic approximate dimensions between the historic house, proposed houses, and the kind of comparable construction across the street. Design-wise, the applicants have provided a basic first floor plan and front elevations of the proposed buildings showing the use of horizontal siding, have front porches with pedimented entries, single and paired double-hung windows, and a side gable roof with a partial cross-gable projection. Previously, the applicants called for construction of garages at the rears of the properties by attached breezeways, and the revised design incorporates the garages into the masses of the house. Overall, staff continues to conceptually support new construction on lots 7 and 8, provided they're scaled appropriately and located far enough away from the historic building to maintain its character and that of the site and setting as recommended in the amendment and the Secretary of the Interior's new exterior additions and related new construction guideline. Staff finds that the proposed setback from the street could be appropriate, provided the scale of the buildings is reduced, but that as presented, the 35-foot width of the houses, limited distance of 14 feet between the proposed construction on Lot 8 and the historic house, and the height of the proposed buildings overwhelms the historic house at 2500 Holman and is out of keeping with the scale and rhythm between other infill construction and the historic buildings in the district, failing to satisfy Chapter 24A 8B2 and Standards 2 and 9. Staff recommends that the distance between the historic house and proposed construction be equal or greater than that of the distance between the two houses and no less than 20 feet, and that the width of the fronts of the houses be reduced to a maximum of 30 feet. Staff finds that this width is consistent both with the historic house and that of the newer construction in the district. Staff suggests narrowing the fronts of the proposed buildings and widening them at the rear could help reduce the massing most visible from the public right-of-way. Staff also finds that the proposed height of the new construction is out of keeping with the character of the district and adjacent historic property, and that the proposed roof form enhances its height and is out of keeping with the dominant styles in the district. Staff recommends the use of a simple front gable or hipped roof to reduce the scale of the proposed roof. Staff also recommends reducing the floor-to-floor heights with a maximum of 8 to 9 feet at the first floor and 8 feet at the second and third floors. Staff finds the use of a raised basement, and the height of which is unspecified in this application, increases the height and mass of the buildings. Staff finds the use of a shared driveway is appropriate, but the previous design of separate rear garages was more sympathetic to the historic resource as it telescoped the proposed construction to the rear rather than incorporating the garage within the mass of the proposed houses, decreasing the flexibility of the footprint of the new houses. Staff notes that the precedent infill construction on Hollow Glen Place have freestanding garages located at the far ends of the properties with sizable rear yards between the back of the house and the garages. Staff supports the general design of the houses in terms of the use of horizontal siding, half porches, and double-hung fenestration. Following the HPC's comments today, staff recommends a third preliminary consultation to further refine the design and treatment of the trees on the property, as listed here. And today, staff requests the HPC's feedback on the appropriateness of the location, scale, height, proposed massing of the buildings, as well as the appropriateness of the proposed building design at a general level, and any other comments you might have. Any questions for staff?
Questions for staff? Nope. If not, then if we would have the applicant come up to the table and turn the microphone on till it turns green. You've got it, and you'll have state your name for the record and your association with the project, and you'll have 7 minutes to make a presentation or take questions.
Yes, this is Pratap Verma. I'm the principal applicant, and I am the owner of Avatar Design Build. Thank you, everyone, for engaging this conversation so late in the day. I have a lot to cover, but I'll try to go as quickly as possible, so I appreciate your time. Next slide, please. Infill development is really hard, especially in this area. Forest Glen has not seen a whole lot of new construction for a reason, because the numbers simply don't work out. When we first approached staff, we were told that Lot 12 basically was not in play, that the commission would not approve it because it's part of the historic setting of Lot 9. that basically changed the dynamics of the project quite a bit, because at that point, the numbers really started to slip in terms of what we could actually do with this property. And it was basically downhill from there when it came to start looking at how we can make this work. Next slide. From a timeline perspective, we've been at this for about a year, spending a lot of time with historic staff. They've been amazing, engaging with us, going through the whole process. Obviously, we were here in the first hearing, and we've gone through a bunch of revisions with staff, which I'll briefly go over in the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, so here, just for the record, I just want to make this very clear. When we did present this to you, we were told to make boxes. We were never going to build boxes. We don't build boxes. I mostly build in Bethesda and Potomac. I live in Forest Glen, which you'll see later. I want to see my neighborhood get better, but just wanted to make that clear that when we did present this, it was only because of visual purposes. Next slide, please. As staff correctly pointed out, this was the first version. The homes were quite deep. The code, as some of you had mentioned last time about the by right element of this project, does allow for a footprint of 3,000 square feet. And in this case, we had pushed the houses back to give it some distance from the historic home. Next slide. We refined the design quite a bit. The feedback we got last time was to bring it closer to the street and create a streetscape. We've reduced the home by 13 feet in terms of the depth. We reduced the footprint about 100 square feet. And we're still about 1,000 square foot less than what you would do by right. And then we're about 64 feet from the street. Next slide. This is the first design that we presented to staff. They didn't like it. They didn't like the ornamentation, the brackets, the double hip roof. The feedback we got was it reminded them of a Richmond American home tract design. I actually like this design. I think it's a nice, the jerkin head roof and the different elements. It's not a box. It has different elements to it. It distinguishes itself from the historic property, unlike the other infill, which I think does a poor job of trying to mimic it. Nevertheless, next slide. We did change the design per feedback from the staff, reducing the ornamentation, making it, unfortunately a little bit more boxy, but that's what they wanted us to do, and changed the design so it was a lot simpler. But once again, we did, work with the staff and make those concessions. Next slide. This design, this graphic is really important. And just so you know, and this is an email I sent to the staff yesterday, I spent some time, and I have pictures, I went to the historic property the other day. That tower is a little bit misleading because it's more of a watchtower. It's not an open turret. It's substantial in size, and actually the height of that home is 39 feet. That tower is about 8 to 9 feet tall, and I have it measured as 5. That's inaccurate. And I know you're looking at measuring the roof lines and how I'm a little bit taller, but the historic home reads as grand. And more importantly, the privacy is there because it's a double lot. It's very unique because it's 65 feet of land up to the street. It's very tall elevation-wise, and if you have had a chance to drive by it, it has a substantial presence. I am not worried about our properties competing with it. What I am worried about is a scale back that creates this project to basically not be built, because the numbers just don't work in these areas. If this was Kensington, if this was Bethesda, if this was Chevy Chase, it would be a slam dunk. But Forest Glen just hasn't seen any infill. And I'm doing this project because I live in this neighborhood and I want to see it get better. Next slide. This is another view of what it looks like. That's the pocket park that we're planning to build. Extend the sidewalk. We're going to put these wonderful lampposts on front of each house. It's really going to be a great project. If you look at the historic home, between the third floor, the 2.5 story that they have in the tower, and then I believe there's 3 chimneys. It's quite the home, and I'm really not worried that our homes are going to compete with it. Next slide. This is a 3D rendering of, we're going to be preserving the trees. Unlike the other infill development that's on the other side, they weren't required to preserve the trees as far as I can tell. we're going to be preserving the trees. We're also proposing to put a substantial landscape barrier between the historic home and the first house, and picking fun colors like a red color and a blue color distinguish it from the historic home, but also are a nice way of brightening the neighborhood. And I think the pocket park and that whole area is going to really come together. But this is a very important slide because it shows that it works with the design. I think sometimes it's easy to you look on paper and you look at the measurements. When you're looking at overall how that house sits so much higher, the street slopes down from there. I'm not concerned that this home could ever be overshadowed because of the way it's laid out. Next slide. This is the current condition. You're going to hear from a lot of neighbors today. This has been the case for decades, and it is sad. And it's really disappointing that no one in this county has done anything about it. If this was any other property and in any other neighborhood, namely Chevy Chase, you would not be seeing this. This is just completely unacceptable, and I'm trying to make a difference in this neighborhood. But at the same time, I need to, make the project work. And our goal, and we've talked to owners, is we're going to clean it up for them. Next slide. That's the watchtower. It's sizable, and you'll see in other pictures, it's amazing. You can actually see the Navy Tower from there, Walter Reed, and it just gives you a sense of how high up it really is. Next slide. That's another view. You can see all the non-conforming. I'll be wrapping up. If you could just give me another minute or so, that would be appreciative. You can see, once again, all the different items that are on the side of the street that really don't help, but you can see the grandness of the home and the height of it. And you can see that watchtower is not 5 feet, and I just wanted to bring that to staff's attention, which I did this morning. Next slide. This infill, I know we're constantly being compared to it, but I just don't like it. I think it actually is a poor example because it's replicating the design of the home. They weren't required to preserve the trees. I actually think they might even be wider than the historic home. At least it reads that way. I just don't think there's anything desirable about this, and I don't want to replicate it. I think it's actually hideous and is not something that I would ever build today. Next slide. Community engagement was really important. You're going to see neighbors that are here today to support it, which is very rare at this time of day. You also got a bunch of letters of support that are in the record, which often does not happen with development. We've been coordinating with the owners. We've invested about $25,000 in engineering and architectural and 3D renderings and going back and forth, which is a sizable amount. And we've also coordinated with all the other historic sites to see how we could bring all this project together. History is really important to me. Next slide. I've even created a walking tour of how we can connect this site with all the other sites. Next slide. I'm wrapping up, I promise. I run the blog, Finding Forest Glen, where I write about the history of Forest Glen, and this is one of my blog entries. Next slide. And I'm also the founder of Friends of Forest Glen. This community is really important to me. Next slide, real quick. This is my own home. I live 2 blocks away. I won a gold medal for Best Custom House in Montgomery County in 2021 by MBIA. Next slide, couple slides of my home, keep going, we're wrapping up. Next slide. And finally, these are our challenges: tariffs, inflation, the local market, the job market, and the current non-compliance conditions of the historic property. I cannot tell you how difficult this project is, and at this point, I'll be honest with you, I'm in it because I'm in it. I've put in the money, and I'm kind of digging into my heels, and I want to see this work. Next slide. And that was our request. So we're requesting you guys to keep the massing. We'll work with you a little bit, but we really can't change a whole lot because we're worried that if the homes got too small, we wouldn't be able to sell them. And near the metro, multi-generational homes are needed. People are living with their parents. You have older people living in there. And if you look at the floor plan, it's really not that crazy. It has all the rooms are really small. There's a living room, there's a dining room, and there's a family room and a kitchen. There's nothing crazy going on in this house, but we have to build something that the market, this is not an experimental project. The market has to allow for it. And that's it. Thank you for your time today.
Very good. Question on protocol. Do we have the public testimony next, or do we question the applicant?
So you have questions of the applicant and then call up the rest of the public testimony, and then you can question each one of those witnesses as they come to speak.
Thank you. All right, question for the applicant. Commissioner Doman.
So if I understand correctly, you do not own the property currently.
So we are currently in contingency per approval of this body. It is off the market now. So if you guys give us an approval, then we will go to closing.
And if we don't, you say you have problems making it marketable then?
Well, the problems that, you know, we're kind of in a quandary because the sale is contingent per approval of the historic permit. And the marketable element is the investors who are putting in the cash to build, because, you know, these days it's getting higher and higher. They're looking at it and saying, all right, this is already kind of experimental. It's a pioneer project. There's not a lot of new construction going on here. You know, you really can't build, you have to build a certain kind of home for us to feel comfortable signing off on it. And that's the situation I'm currently in.
And is the historic house currently empty right now? Is there anybody living in it?
Someone just moved in there,
Like a renter? Someone moved in?
What, I'm sorry?
A renter?
No, it's an owner. So what happened basically was all 4 lots were on sale. When the historic staff said that basically you can't build on the other lot, the double lot, we gave up on that part. The numbers just didn't work. And so the owner sold the house with the lot, with it. And that changed the whole dynamics of the project.
Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Haynes. I have a question about the zoning. If I understand correctly, it's R60. Are you doing standard method or are you doing infill? Because from what I understood and looked at, it would fall under an infill development standards. Can you kind of expand on that?
I do believe it is infill.
And so as such, your lot coverage is only about 2,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
But your footprint as drawn currently is over that.
No,
By my calculations, you're up at 2,435, particularly, and probably because you attach the garage. Once you attach the garage, you got to count that as part of the...
Correct, that's part of the footprint. But I believe the max for this site is 3,000 square feet.
Not under infill development.
Then if it's not infill, then it's the other. I
don't think it's one or the other. I think you get kicked into infill development if you meet the requirements, don't you?
But when we, and I apologize for my ignorance on this, but when we were looking at what we could actually build in this project, we work with Claude Lab Architects, who obviously come to before you guys. This was the number that we were told we could actually build on. So I feel confident that these numbers are appropriate.
Well, I don't want to be difficult, but I would like you to have them submit their calculations because it's a 10,000 square foot lot that's R60, minimum is 6,000, so you've got 4,000 of overage. You've got a multiplier of 0.001. It gets you down to about 10%. The base is 30. 30 minus 10 is 20. Your lot coverage is 20% of 10,000, which is 2,000 square feet. So I would ask you to check that.
Sure.
Make sure that, that is straightened out, and if you could submit the calcs, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So any other questions for the applicant before we debate?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do not have a question. I would just like to clarify for the HPC the manner of my communications with the applicant and with other contract purchasers out in the field. At no point did I actually state that the HPC would equivocally not permit, construction on that corner lot. My recommendation is that it would be more difficult given the setting of this property and the neighborhood, and also because that is a corner lot, that triangular parcel. so that it would be difficult to develop it even absent the presence of the historic property because of these side yard setback requirements, that it would be more challenging, that it would be easier for somebody to develop the two infill lots if that was what they chose to do. So I just wanted to get that straight for the record.
Thank you.
And that was my recollection too. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. If there's no more questions of the applicant, we'll ask the folks that would like to give public testimony to come on up.
If you didn't sign up in advance, sir, if you just fill out the form in the front, it's right on the front table. If you fill that out and give that to me, and I'll give that to the chair, and then he can call you up. Thank you.
If you gentlemen, your mic is on, if you could state your name for the record and your relationship to the project.
Sure. My name is Ted Martin. I'm a 22-year resident of Forest Glen, and I am interested party. This is my first HPC hearing. I find the process, the whole issue fascinating and the work important, so thank you for your service on this body and for the opportunity to speak. I have two concerns with the project. First, I want to highlight and emphasize the public interests and the benefits of this project. New housing, I've been here 22 years. I'm very concerned that Forest Glen has been stagnating. The Caddy Corner infill development precedent examples, those were built in 1999. I mean, almost nothing is getting built. And new neighbors is another important benefit. New sidewalk on Holman Avenue, the gap in sidewalk there is atrocious. It would be a massive benefit. The Forest Glen Metro is right around the corner. Cleaning up the lots and their insignificant overgrowth. Massive public benefit. There's mention of lampposts of historic nature, which would be great. A pocket park on the corner. I believe there is significant public interest in these benefits, and I'm here in hopes that those aren't lost in the mix. I understand from the staff report that benefits such as these are balanced with the public interest in preserving the historic resource. And I find that fascinating, and that I guess one of the standard appears to be whether the plans would impair the character of the historic district. And that one I find interesting. How is that measured? How is it? Seems a bit amorphous, and so you're the experts. I find it interesting that you make these decisions. My concern, though, is that all of the details and recommendations in the staff report, that they do not tip the project into non-viability, therefore depriving the public of those large public benefits. For example, height was mentioned. I was struck by the argument in the staff report that the height should be measured by the roof line and not the top of the structure. And I understand that's in architecture, there are ways you measure height, but just thinking of impacting the historic nature, I totally get that you want to highlight the old home and don't want it to be overcome. I think if you built the two new homes as proposed, and I stood on the beautiful new sidewalk, and quizzed passersby, hey, which of these three homes is tallest? I think all of them are going to point at the home with the big turret, that watchtower that sticks above. And, would lowering the height a few feet really tip the balance between impacting or impairing the historic home or not? And, yet that small reduction could impact the viability. Same goes for the distance between. If I could make one final point. There was a comment about how the large lots are important to the historic suburban nature of Forest Glen, and that word suburban really struck me. When this home was built, there was a blacksmith shop in a general store on the corner of Forest Glen in Georgia, just a couple blocks down. Post office and train station just a couple blocks down at the train tracks on Forest Glen. The original residents of these old Victorian homes could walk to retail and restaurants and other services. I think that was less suburban than we are now, and I don't think suburbia should be the goal of historic preservation. So my two concerns are, please don't discount the massive public benefits. And if a few feet here and there really tips it over into impairment, well, weighing that against the loss of those public benefits is a big decision, I think. So
Thank
for your
you.
time.
I appreciate it.
Oh, good evening. My name is Miguel Texera. I've lived in Forest Glen for about 15 years. It's actually, I lived on Kimball Place, which is also around the corner, and then I love the community so much. When we outgrew the 1953 built Rambler home, that was 3 bedrooms and about 1,000 square feet at best, we moved around the corner, so we could actually see our old home from the 2001, 2002 home that's built on Darcy Forest, where we live now. I'm testifying in support of this project. In addition to kind of being a long-term resident of this neighborhood, I'm also a congregant at St. John's. I also am a brother of the Rosensteel Knights of Columbus, which is across the street from this project. And so I see a lot of benefits through my association with those organizations from this project. I think it'll be great as we walk, as my family walks to the Knights of Columbus on Friday nights for those evening dinners. It'll be great to have a sidewalk there. Maybe an extra lighting. It's quite dark, so that's that would be certainly a benefit to me and my family, my 2 young children, my wife. Just to kind of maybe give you a little bit more about this community, I think one of the great parts of this neighborhood is that we have houses built in 1890, and then every single decade, it seems, up until 2000, until the 2010s. So there's such a great eclectic nature to this community that to kind of say I think that's the defining nature of the community. It's very eclectic, all kinds of different styles, and then as designed, I think these homes that are being proposed really kind of help to kind of continue that eclectic nature and bring it into something of the new decade. So I think that's really great, and I think that diversity really helps I think that's character of the neighborhood, and I think it'll really help it. And I think all the benefits are great, and I think this is just that Forest Glen community is very much there's every single style of house in the community, and I think that this will just be an addition to it and certainly brighten up that darker kind of corner there. It is so I'm here in support of that. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Green? All right.
You're good. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, talk fast. My name is Seth Troy. I live in the community. I actually saw my house up there, which was cool and also weird. But I love living in a historic community, and it's one of the main reasons we purchased our house on Forest Glen. I believe it's one of the oldest houses in the neighborhood. And I really support what you guys on the commission are doing to help maintain the character of the neighborhood. I think that's really important for home values and for making it continue to be a desirable neighborhood. So thank you guys for what you're all doing here, protecting us. Regarding this project, I don't have any concerns, and I'm generally in favor of the project for a couple of reasons. I think first of all, Partap has actually been a neighbor for a number of years. He is the strongest supporter I know of the community. I think he's going to grow old here. He's not just an outside developer parachuting in to make a quick buck. He's going to live here, and he's got a lot of it's really important to him that the neighborhood is successful. I've seen 2 houses that Partap has built. They're very high quality. They're meticulously constructed. They're very attractive, and they appear to be aging well. I think the third reason I'm generally in favor of this is that the proposed houses that we're talking about, they're really on the edge of a historic cluster, and they're next to some distinctly non-historic homes. And so this, to me, the style of home that Partap is proposing appears to be more traditional than the adjoining homes to the west. And so to me, the net impact then of these attractive traditional new houses will be positive to the historic nature of the neighborhood and also to the long-term health of the community. So that's kind of my 3 points. And just in closing, thank you again for the important work you guys are doing to help maintain the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you. And last but not least.
Hi, my name's Phil Coyne. We're the property owner at 2501 Forest Glen, so our backyard abuts the property in question. I just wanted to say a couple of quick things. First of all, we've lived there in our home since 1990. We've done major renovations and additions to our house. We've appeared before this commission or your predecessors several times over the years. And as excruciating as the process may be, the net result is, I would argue, our house is definitely a contributing resource to the historic district. The house that we're talking about right now has been, I think, a case study in demolition by neglect. And it's only been very recently that the current owner, I think it was, did some revisions and improved the roof and siding and things to make it look as presentable as it is in these photos. Over the last prior 30 years, that was not the case. And the junk that was in the photos is still there. In fact, that Winnebago that's there might actually have to be declared a historic resource because it's been there as long as we've owned 2501. But anyway, I think the importance of what is being proposed here is so important to improve this block, this part of the historic district. And I really hope that some of the questions and changes that are being discussed about size and dimensions and things like that don't kill this project. I think it's really important to our neighborhood that this project move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Did the commissioners have any questions for any of the speakers? No? Oh, Commissioner Doman?
Yeah, it's kind of sidetrack a little bit, but I visited the site, and I walked up and down the street and walked around and everything, and I saw where the Knights of Columbus is located. Now, across the street, there's like a field with a little church out in the middle. Does that belong to anybody, or what is that little church out there?
It's the cemetery. That little white building is a replica of the original St. John the Evangelist Church when it was a missionary church, and John Carroll was the priest. So that area has extreme historic significance from a Catholic perspective, never mind Montgomery County.
Yeah, nobody's mentioned it. And I guess I don't know, is that part of our historic district, that little church?
It is, Commissioner Doman, and Laura had some pictures of it when describing the setting of the district in the presentation as well.
Yeah, because I think that also fits in with you talk about the general setting of the neighborhood and everything. I thought all that kind of wrapped around and added to the beauty of the area out there, yeah. I did look at the property is really, really, really overgrown, and it does need a little bit of love and care, I guess. So anyway, thank you.
Very good. If there's no more questions, you gentlemen can go back to your seats. Okay, I'm gonna open up for questions one last time. Any questions, commissioners, to the applicant?
I have one.
Commissioner Pelletier.
I just wanted to ask about your square footage in that chart. Where was the chart? I like charts. The 4460, That includes the garage or doesn't include the garage?
It does not include the garage, but
Okay.
it does include, it's a little deceptive, it does include almost 1,000 square feet of loft space. So really
Well, is that a real space?
It is,
Oh,
it
okay.
is, yeah. But that's why it's a little bit higher, there's there's potential for building some finished space in the loft and the
And
roof.
how many bedrooms are these? I know we had a plan of the first floor,
Mhm.
but like what are you planning for bedrooms and bathrooms? Like,
Yeah, so we're looking at 4 bedrooms above grade.
okay. And this size of house, I mean, you do this for a living, but is this, I'm just thinking in my neighborhood, I live in Tacoma, and these big houses are going up in Tacoma, where you can find it a lot, which is, there aren't that many. But they're not selling quickly, I'll tell you that. And I'm curious about, as far as the scale of everything else that's around, it sounds like it's quite varied. I mean, I've driven around the neighborhood, but I don't know that much about it. But
Right.
this size of house, like, is this a marketable size? Like, because it seems to be bigger than most things in the neighborhood, and I'm just kind of curious
Sure.
where that number came from. Is that part of your pro forma, or like?
It's based off of a house that we're currently building. So we're building a 5,000 square foot house around the corner from here. For just landmarks, there's a Glenwood pool that's on Gardner.
Yeah.
So just 1 block over, and it's about a 5,000 square foot home on 3 levels. And we pre-sold it and before it even went on the market. So to answer your question, there's we sold that house for 1.5 million. It's a bargain because just down the street, Kensington, that same house would be about 2 to 2.2 million.
So there's a market.
There's
I
a
mean,
market
that's
for
really my
it.
question.
Yeah.
Is,
Mhm.
okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
There is a market. But it's still like, it's a pioneer project in the sense that like you just don't know because it's not happening that often. You don't know for sure whether or not, like especially when it comes to investors, like people get very nervous because there just hasn't been a lot of it. And so it does sell, but then, we got lucky in that case because it was a couple escaping DC and they needed a place. But, a lot of this is uncharted territory. A lot of people who are building homes are for themselves. They're not really putting it on the market.
Any other questions? I have a question. I hate to keep going back to zoning, but it'd be better to get our Ts crossed, Is dotted. When was the lot recorded for this project? I noticed the side yard setback's only 7 feet. So I'm surprised at that unless the lot was recorded before 54,
It was definitely recorded before.
The lots were recorded in 1887.
1887.
Mhm.
Okay, well, it's before there were codes. Okay, thank you. Got it.
And I can assure you, between Benning and Associates and Claude, they did their due diligence. I apologize, I don't have that in front of me. It wasn't on my radar for this meeting, but I feel confident that the numbers are fine with regards to, they just wouldn't go that far without doing their due diligence.
Right, got it. Okay. One more question down here. Commissioner Radu.
Just, I'm curious about your switching the type of garage. I mean, now it's integrated versus like detached, what you had in the preliminary, and like, why did you think that's a better idea?
So I think there may have been some miscommunication, but the way we drew it last time, it wasn't necessarily going to be a breezeway. I think that's maybe how it was interpreted in terms of the site plan. That was originally going to be some sort of mudroom that was going to connect to the house. In our view, it always made sense to have the garage integrated into the back of the home because it's just the way people live. And it doesn't make sense to walk out to the elements. So for us, having everything together, it makes sense. And since the rear of the property is just that, it's already very tight. It's challenging for a wide variety of reasons. We're going to have to probably really work with the topography and make sure, it drains properly. And of course, we're preserving a lot of the trees. And so it just made sense for it to be integrated. And it actually made the project a little bit smaller. I think I said, almost 13 feet.
Any other questions? Commissioner Doman.
It's Commissioner Doman. You have a difficult project. I understand that kind of thing. And I understand like the drawings in front of us, unfortunately, they look like little boxes. And I know you explained to us that you're not building little boxes. And I'm not really too concerned about the architectural features of the house. You said you didn't care for this design. Other designs are different. And the house that you showed that you live in is totally different than all of them. So Forest Glen has a whole variety of home styles. And I'm not hung up on any particular style or anything. I still think, and I don't know what we can do, but I still think there still seems to be a little too massive relative to the existing house. And then I know you've worked with it, and I know you thought about it and everything else, and I'd really like to see this project go through for all the reasons that your neighbors came up and spoke about and everything. But there's just something about the size, and in this drawing right here, there's just something about the size of this house that looks a little bit too big relative to the existing house. And I'm not sure what is on the other side. I think there's smaller houses. If you go off to the right of this, I think they're a lot smaller. So my concern is, and I guess to you is, I think you probably done all your homework on it, but can this be made any narrower? That's the question.
I mean, I think it would be helpful if staff put on the first floor plan of what we're proposing to build, and then we can kind of look at what we're trying to do here. That living room is 12 feet wide, and that dining room is 15 feet wide, and that foyer is just the width of the door. These are small rooms for new construction. And new construction, you need to have decent amount of, if people are going to spend that level of money, the rooms have to make sense. If you feel like these rooms are too large, I could reduce them. I'm just looking at, by the time you reduce it, then you're reducing the family room size, which if you look at that family room size, it's only 15 feet wide by 17. You reduce it by 3 feet, guess what? You can't build a family room anymore. You can't have a family room that's 12 feet wide. You simply can't. You also need a two-car garage because everyone needs a two-car garage in new construction. Trust me, I went through every permutation to try to figure out how can I make this, slimmer. And this was the bare minimum from the market perspective to make this work. And, the only thing I can think of, in terms of an additional concession is, can we make the houses lower, height-wise? I think we can. I think we can reduce the roof line probably by another 2 or 3 feet to make it, lower. But we would have to get rid of the loft, which, is not the end of the world. I'd like to build something that could potentially be multi-generational. If a parent wanted to live, or if you wanted to have a kid stay, but if that would have to be a concession, I think I could make that concession. My fear is that just a reasonable person standard, if you look at this floor plan, I don't see anything in there that is large. I think it's just at that bare minimum for new construction.
Oh, we're getting into like.
Do you have a question for the applicant?
Yes,
Or
I just.
one more question, and then we're going to open it up.
Building on what you were just talking. This is Commissioner Pelletier. So I wasn't clear on why you ended up integrating the garage into the massing of the house. I mean, I know before we were calling it a breezeway, but it was a mudroom connection or whatever. But
Sure.
I mean, and the reason I ask is that your garage, your integrated garage is largely driving the size of the rooms in your plan. And so I'm just kind of curious why you put it back in when you had it out before, because having it out as its own separate thing gives you a lot more versatility with the footprint.
Sure. What it does really, it makes us more attractive second floor, because if you can build on top of the garage, and you can integrate it with what happens with these narrower houses, and then you have a switchback staircase. By the time you carve out bathrooms, and really we can only do a buddy bath here and maybe one ensuite. By the time you add the hallways and the laundry room, and then you need a primary bedroom with walk-in closets, you've run out of space if you want a 4-bedroom home. An integrated 2-car garage, to answer your question, does allow you to have a little bit more flexibility. If it had kind of a stem going to it, then you're kind of restricted, and then you lose quite a bit of square footage. So this is more just for viability purposes.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. We will close questions and now open it up to the debate. Commissioner Radu.
I guess I'll start. They are wide, in my opinion. Looking at that, if you can put back that image with the 3 of them, with the dimensions. Yeah, this one is good. 14 feet from the main house is very close. We saw that the neighborhood, anything was like at least 18 feet, so definitely more space. And 35 feet is wide, and you were saying you cannot make it work. But I look at that plan, and it seems to me that you have the 10 by 13 living room you were saying is the 13 is the wide dimension. Why not just like make it a little deep and make the 10 feet the wide dimension, the dimension at the front of the street, and the 13 in the other direction. So, and the same with the dining room. So it's just like you can reduce on each side a little bit by I didn't look at the first, I was just looking at the first floor, not at the second floor, but I'm sure there is some things to do. So, and what I don't particularly, I don't have a problem with the architecture on the main facade, let's say, but the sides are boxy. There's nothing that really is going on the sides. I have an issue with that. So, I would like to have a little bit of some sort of volume, some sort of play along the side of the facades. I can live with the roof maybe just a little bit lower, but if the historic house is actually a little bit higher, as grade is a little higher, I would be okay with the height of this roof as it is. But definitely the width of the house, allowing more room between the houses, and how boxy the sides are, some things that I would like addressed.
Commissioner Galway.
This is Commissioner Galway. First comment is I don't want to see this project fail either. I think you've put forth a very compelling reason. You certainly demonstrate an interest in this neighborhood, in this area. All your buddies, your friends came to your support. It sounds like there's a lot of good reasons to do this. So I don't want to see them killed either, but it really comes down to, I guess, figure 20. And when I look at it and I ask myself, are these homes, as shown, secondary to the historic structure? And I can't answer that as a yes. I just can't. Those buildings, those 2 homes, if you squint and you take away all the features of the historic home and all the details, those 2 homes physically look larger than that historic home. And so I don't know that the depth in of itself is an issue. I know you made a comment a couple times that you were able to shorten up the depth of the house. I'm not so certain that that's the problem. I think it goes back, I think, as other commissioners have said, it's just, it's not too wide if that home wasn't there, but because the historic home there, those homes appear, and they are, wider than that home, and that makes these homes look more primary and not secondary to that historic home. So maybe, I think Commissioner Radu was onto something. Maybe by rotating those and going deeper and allowing those rooms, instead of being 14 wide or by 10 deep, maybe there's an opportunity to go 10 wide and 14 deep. So I'm not hung up on the square footage. I think that maybe you take a few feet off the height, somehow diminish the scale of these buildings so that when you look at the houses, so when you look at all three, it doesn't look like your two new homes are larger than the existing. And there may be tricks to be able to do that, and I would say, I'd ask that you look at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Pelletier.
Thank you. I also don't want this project to fall through. That's not why we're here. I mean, we're really here to help you along and try and integrate it into the neighborhood. But I think everything you said about that house and the Winnebago and the yard, and I mean, I had a really similar situation next to my house, so I totally understand. I think you're doing great things with this piece of land. My one concern, which I voiced at the last meeting, and I don't see any evidence of you considering it, is there are a bunch of houses to the right of these houses, and you're not showing them. And you're not showing these big houses in relation to the smaller houses that are right next to them. And I think part of what makes neighborhoods start to get really choppy when new stuff goes in is that the scale, and I understand houses now have to be bigger. You can't do like these little post-World War II houses anymore. But I do think there's a way to relate the new stuff with the old stuff, and I don't think you're looking at the old stuff other than the historic resource. But there's a lot of happy homes on the right that are going to be impacted by these big homes next to them that you're not considering, and that kind of bothers me. The other thing that I would say is that I've done a lot of historic renovations where the houses are not 35 feet wide. And we have managed to get 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms and a master suite into a width of 28 feet. So I don't think it's an impossibility. I think you might have to lengthen the house a bit to shrink it. I think they're too wide. I don't really have an issue with the height. I think if you looked at the houses down the street and tried to make a streetscape out of this instead of, I think you could use the other neighbors as a design element to try and make these houses fit more into the streetscape. I think they're positioned right, except I don't know what the houses, down the street are doing. I think my thought with the last submission was to even stagger these so that because I think the houses down the street a little further back, that you could have one a little bit further up and another one a little further up, and you would still see the historic resource. I don't know because I can't see the plan, and I might be wrong about that. But you're sort of stepping them back, to reveal the historic resource at the end of this row. So I think there's some more site planning that needs to happen here. And if you could shave off, a couple of feet so that they're more like 32 feet wide, make them longer if you have to, just change your footprint, turn the rooms like Commissioner Radu was saying. I think there's a lot of play in these, but I just don't think you've thought enough about what's surrounding on both sides. And I just think they can be remolded. Like, you don't even have to lose square footage, just rework them a bit. I like the designs. I think, from the outside, I think they fit in. I think you're right about those ones, catty corner from the really beautiful house, and then the 2 sort of mediocre ones down the street. They're fine, and they fit in fine, and they do create a nice street wall, which I do like that about that development. But the houses are kind of boring, and I agree with that. But I think you can work more with the context, and I think you can make them a little bit slimmer, and that would be my recommendation. So, thank you.
Commissioner Dominiani.
I largely, well, first of all, thank you very much for coming back, and I think that I really appreciate how committed you are to the neighborhood and getting all of this right. And so I think that's something that we delight to see in an applicant, to be perfectly honest. It's great, so thank you very much for your enthusiasm there. And I tend to agree with the commissioner's comments that the sort of design of the buildings tend to be, I think, very great. I think it's going to look pretty good with the neighborhood, those design elements. I do agree that from a sort of packaging standpoint, there could be opportunities to lengthen the homes deeper into the property and narrow the profile to the front. The mass, it does come off as like quite a lot of roof or quite a lot of width to me. And I did a little math just by sort of rotating a couple of those rooms and elongating, you're gonna end up being able to save maybe 5 feet in width while still like, which in percentage terms is something like 16%. And so I think visually to the eye as we're passing on the street, going from 35 down to 30 is gonna end up making these homes feel quite a bit narrower, even with the roof height staying the way that it is now, accommodating that. I think that there's a bit more like, I think, exploration to do in packaging there. With regards to the design, as I said, I think that the way the elements sort of are stacking up and the way these homes look are nice. And noting, in driving through, I think the other homes to the right of these sort of three, some of the other commissioners were asking, are quite a bit smaller, and I think closer to the street, actually. And so that...
That's what I meant, like, they should sort of step back to the...
Right, so you could, exactly, yeah. So ideas like that, I think, might end up really helping this. But again, I love the idea of the pocket park. I think we talked about that last time. And I appreciate that the sort of height of the historic house is extenuated kind of by that tower there. But anyway, something to explore, I think, with packaging. But anyway, thanks again.
Very good, thank you. I will wrap up the comments here. You know, massing-wise, when you're looking at the proposed homes against the historic roof line is broken down, and you have the tower, and then you have smaller gables. On your design, it goes against, we're kind of reacting to the vast mass of the primary roof, and so it's bulkier than the historic resource. I do think if you could pull the spring line down a little bit, that would be helpful. Making it narrow as much as you can be great. Would help the massing. You know, the historic resource has some dormers. Maybe that would help break down the big mass of the roof on the front. I would be okay if you held the width of the house at 35, but push it back a little bit farther. I could be okay. So that, again, it's right now it looks like it's almost flush with the porch of the historic structure, maybe a little bit set back, but if it were pushed back a little bit farther, I could be okay with the width if the roof line could come down and the massing, anything to do the program. I mean, it's, you know, look, it's basically a box that's we've seen everywhere in Washington, D.C., metropolitan area. So let's be frank. It's not it's custom design in that you're fitting it on this site, but beyond that, you're taking a model that's been passed around this area for the last 25 years. So and I agree with you that the Holman examples, I'm glad you don't like those because those are horrible. So I commend you. And we all are in agreement for sure that we want you to see you succeed here, and we want the neighborhood to succeed with this. So don't get us wrong. We have to, it's push and shove and get the best that we can while making it work for you. And that's what we're trying to do here. I think that's all our comments. Staff will have a record of all the comments and can talk to you about them, and we hope to see you next time at a preliminary.
Mr. Chair, I'll also add for the record that I have contacted the regulatory supervisor for the Down County Planning Division and have put the question to her about whether or not this falls under the standard method or the infill development standards, thereby dictating the allowable lot coverage. So once I hear back from her, then I'll continue to have conversations with the applicant. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. All right, bye-bye. Okay, moving on to the Part 3, minutes of March 12, 2025. Have anybody read the minutes?
This is Commissioner Galway. I recommend we approve the minutes as written.
Anybody?
This is Commissioner Pelletier, a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No nays. Motion is approved. Next item, any commission items? Apparently not. And we'll move on to staff items.
Mr. Chair, we covered all of the staff items in our work session, so staff has no further updates.
Well, if that is the case, then this meeting is adjourned.